Hello, 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 everybody. How are we doing today? Everybody out there, all of you people in the places with the things.
You talking about chat?
Is it them, you? I mean, you're all people. I don't know if you realize that or not, but you are all people. So.
I mean, one of us is a literal baby.
I didn't say baby.
That's really mean to talk about Wade like that.
That I can't agree with that. That unfortunately was way too accurate.
Thank you.
Like, that was actually a really good one, and I think it bothered everybody.
Thank you. Oh, well, yeah, Storm, please give us your opinion. Storm, who said they were leaving us in the Discord, because your opinion matters now to me. Traitor, Twitter, whatever, it's fine.
Apparently, you're being stalked in Discord, Storm. So just be mindful of that. So whatever you
then
post
every other
now,
week, I'll care what you have to say. How's that? Namely, the weeks you aren't here.
So I want to share something super cool with everybody, but I'm trying to make sure I can show it onto stream in a fun way. I'm actually going to send it to you guys.
Tweeted.
I did. I just did right now.
Wow, you never do that.
I know. I'm so bad at Twitter. Like, I hate Twitter. Ugh.
Dude, you exited?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that name change. It's a little weird. It I think it bugs us all out a little bit. Whoa.
I'm gonna re-X you, and I'm gonna like it because that didn't change.
What was I gonna say?
I'm fine.
So, yeah.
Thanks for asking. Last time on, this campaign is called the burnt ships of Azeroth.
You want to try that one more time?
Yeah, I'm gonna read this time and cheat. Previously on Ashes of Season 2. What's the Ashes otV?
It's Ashes of the Vanguard.
Previously on Ashes of the Vanguard Season 2. Hey, Commander. Shit's bad.
Hello. Okay.
All right, that's it. I'll call you with updates.
I'll send a whole squadron.
Give me those schematics. Here you go. I might be evil. That's all right. We need the money. You can rent the ship. Great, thanks. Here's this contact who's going to fix your other ship. Cool. Guess we'll pay him. Come get a job after you RP. Will do. Now.
Man, it's not a bad update. I mean, I actually think it was pretty damn accurate.
You forgot the part where I got some comics and porn.
Oh, that's right. You got comics and porn.
Hey, look at this. Ew, gross. I'm going to masturbate to this later. There you go.
But wait, what about the D&D show that we do? Because that was more of a personal anecdote.
We do a D&D show?
No.
Huh?
Must be mistaken.
What? No. Thought we were being in the privates. I thought we were being in the privates right now.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you guys something really fucking cool, and I am excited about it. So I'm going to share it with you and with chat. So for you guys,
recap. We could start.
No, I appreciate it, but you want to start after this because this is really cool. So it's something I've been enjoying the flow of the campaign and some of the story stuff that you guys have created along the way. It's been a lot of fun, and so I wanted to celebrate it in a fun way. So you guys can see it inside of Discord, and I want to share with chat.
This sounds like
that.
bait. Sounds like
no,
bait.
no. I actually contacted an artist, a pretty cool artist, and hired them to do a pretty badass job. So to share with you guys, it's going to be kind of hard to show on stream. Let me do this a different way. Let me go back over to this other overlay. It'll be, I think, unfortunately on top of the PC's faces. But there's a comic that we put together about one of the scenes from season 1. And it's actually the scene while you guys were inside of the base that's there. And so what you're looking at there is the first page of the comic, and it shows Graff And that's like, literally at first I was like, what's up with that helmet? But they were like, no, the original artist, they drew a helmet like this for Graff. And I was like, oh my God. So he's like throwing a grenade at the horde of the husks coming at them. And it shows, what's his name? Strix just going absolutely bananas on the thing with his fist. Let me go ahead and grab the.
Does
the
it
second
show
page.
that Graff and Frait killed like 30 of these while Strix focused on one in the window?
No, but it does have a kissing scene. It's on page 2.
Does it show them dying at least twice each?
Oh, okay. All right. You know, that's fair attack after what I said about you, but I don't like it.
Does it show that Strix is the only one left standing?
Does it show that he was standing in a window while we took on the horde coming through the door?
Show that I only took about half damage.
So the artist and I discussed this in detail, and we decided to go with the direction of making the characters look badass rather than making them look bad. So the first page is showing, Graff throwing a grenade in the hole, being a havoc. And he's like, fire the hole. And it's like a big explosion and him just absolutely going ham on them. The second page is shows, what's his name? Frait, charging up and utilizing his overload to, start shocking a bunch of them. And then you have...
turn off the green screen, dude.
Whatever, I don't care. It shows you guys don't have the green screen effect. And then it shows the, what is it? Strix, Strix just still going ham and absolutely fucking up the horde that's around him as it goes. And then finally the third scene is probably my favorite one. This one was a lot of fun. This shows them also being like backed up and cornered while still being a little bit fucked up. And okay, I have to turn it off for this one because it makes Rena's character look bad. So give me 1 second. And then it cuts to on the ship. Filters, turn off. And then it cuts to on the ship, and you see Zenny on the ship being like, I wonder, is that odd energy field disrupting our communications while she's actively reading a book? And then she's like, oh shit. As you guys are just getting absolutely hammed in the station, and she's just like,
the name of the book? What the fuck? Oh my god.
So,
But I can't.
you want to read it for chat?
Zoom in.
I like the noodles.
That's what I was trying to zoom in on. Spock noodles? Yuck. The name of the book literally says Lost Initiative, letting others know you're in charge. By is that Rosin?
Yeah, Arwen. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was a lot of fun to put together. So I reached out to an artist because it was just such an awesome scene. And just like the entire last season, I had a lot of fun. And so I've been working with them for, I don't know, 4 weeks now or whatever it is to get this done.
That's really cool.
So yeah, I thought it was pretty badass. So I'm going to end up posting this over for it's a cleaner format for everybody to see over on our, what's it called? Over on the Reddit for the channel. But I really want to, I've been really excited to share it with you guys. It's been like really hard to keep it quiet too, especially as I'm like writing lines for your characters. I was like, you want to represent them well? Because like the last thing you want to do is to make it so it feels like your character is just like a joke or something like that. And so I don't know. I hope you guys liked it.
No, yeah, it's awesome.
That's cool. I know. I like the comic style. I think that's sick.
Yeah. I think it's wild that we did something that can be like transmitted into and look really good in comic form. And hey, the kind of comics that Frait just bought, we could do the scene where Zenny and Graff are stuck in the Hanar tube. That would be perfect for the kind of stuff he's buying.
So I already told the artist, I was like, I might be reaching out to you season to season to do this one scene for each season. But whereas this one was meant to be like kind of scary but badass, I was like, doing some funny ones might be nice too. So
I didn't do it, but even I would feel guilty like seeing a scene where the Hanar goes into the room and is like, oh, thank God they let me go. And then like looking over and seeing the big grenade that Frait had placed.
So that base is already what I had in mind because, all of you were there, right? So it's like a cool, you can have cool moments for each person. It's just how many pages I do because you can only translate so much per page per panel. And so it's like, how many panels can I actually like get away with doing? This is originally meant to be 2 pages, but then the artist and I worked together. It ended up having to be 3 because, like, originally Zenny was only going to have a single frame, but then she wouldn't have had enough emotion. So by doing it this way and giving her 3 full frames, you were able to see like an evolution of character. You're able to see like who she was as a person, whereas everybody else, Strix got the most frames, right? But everybody else got to have multiple frames. So we had to make sure that she got done really well. So.
Well, the other guys are in frames. They're just knocked out on the ground.
we didn't go for accurate. We went for exciting. So just looking at them one more time for chat.
Actual lore.
Yeah, it's not accurate because the grenades was supposed to make Graff look badass, and the grenades that are done more than like 2 damage, and like 1 thing doesn't make the save. So
I actually asked people's opinion about that over on the Discord, and it's not a single person responded about like they were just kind of like oh yeah, well they get better. It's like yeah, actually late game the grenades are insanely powerful, but early game they're like not, you know. But either way, so this is really cool moments. Like I said, I'll share it over on the Reddit, so make sure you check out the Lost Initiative Reddit, and you can see the pictures.
Who's
like,
the artist?
You know, oh, my apologies. Thank you for saying. So the artist on Discord, their name is Shadow R. So, but their name is actually also on the artwork itself. Let me see how they sign things. It says SR Illustrations.
Cool. Shout out to you.
So
good work.
Yeah, no, Shadow's. It's funny too because like it was funny because like I'm looking at what they post over on the in Discord and whatnot. I'm like, your art is absolutely incredible for comic style. Have you ever thought about doing comic style? And they're like, not really, you know, kind of, you know. I was like, no. I've seen a lot of your art. You can make a fucking comic book really well. And so I'm showing this to Brittany, and Brittany's like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm 100%. Like, I like his art, but I don't know if it's going to do what you're going for. And I was like, trust me on this one. And so like I showed her like enough pieces of his, and so then I commissioned him, and the first sketch that he sent over, she was like, all right, I'm sorry, this is fucking awesome, this is absolutely amazing. And like working with him and all the sketch work along the way, his line art, like it's so good.
Maybe we stop streaming this campaign altogether and we just go and play in our free time, and then we just have comic books made and we sell them and make everyone have to buy comic books.
I mean, that's totally an option.
Get rich, retire. Chat, what do you think? I mean,
instead of
Storm Pineapple's leaving us anyway, so like the rest of you probably will follow suit.
Yeah, actually, without Storm Pineapple, do we even need to keep going?
Probably not.
Like, is that? Like, I
was
don't know.
actually thinking about canceling my internet bill and just living as a hermit in the woods now, but I haven't decided.
You do live in the South, so
you don't do that now?
There's a lot of woods. I have a vacation hut, but I haven't been there in a summer, so it's really warm. Yeah.
Oh. I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say thank you, Wade, for that awesome recap. I appreciate it. Sorry that I immediately deterred, but I was genuinely really excited to share this with you guys. It's something I've been working on for about a month. And I think maybe a little longer. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. And it's just like so excited to see them. Yeah. Super cool. I officially got it done today. So I was like, yes, I got to show Rena before she goes away for weeks. Because if she wasn't here, I wouldn't be able to share it with you because it'd be kind of, you know, weird being like,
truth be
Tyler,
told,
look at this art.
This to her, she might not have come back.
Oh,
but now she's definitely going to. Now you got her hooked. You knew what the draw was. With what was it? Pickles in a comic book? No, noodles.
No, it's Spock noodles.
Yeah, we know what your favorite things are.
Yeah, I don't know where Spock noodles came from. I just liked it. It was one of those things they put it there, and I was like, "Fuck it, that's awesome."
Little nod to Star Trek.
Yeah, it was great. So some of the editing notes that we were originally going with, I was originally going to have like Strix actually being like, I could dance all day, and like in the middle of like doing like a little dance move on there, and they were like, "Good, yeah, sure. However, let's not."
Good. I'm glad they reined you in.
Yeah. They had a lot of really good creative notes when it came to all the visual stuff. Like, it was very appreciated. I was like, all right, cool. I guess I'm dumb. All right. Anyways, let's get to the actual game. Oh, cool. And there's the Reddit link in chat right there. So if you don't already follow or subscribe or however Reddit works, I don't fucking know. Click the Reddit thing. Where were we? you guys are on Omega. Wade, you had just had that conversation with Hackett, or whoever your commander is, and or the previous commander you had encountered back in session 1, 2, whatever. And you were looking to turn back to the party to inform them of the conversation that you just had with the Alliance, and how they kind of like reached out and were trying to let you know about an old companion of yours that was reaching out to you, and B, like hoping to, get a little bit of information from you about what the fuck is going on. So I'm gonna throw it to you, Wade, to really walk up to the others.
Sure. I imagine we're on our original ship right now, right?
Yeah, well, you're on Omega over by your original ship because on your original ship, that's where you had transferred over the server information and were reaching out for contact. Yes, sir.
Okay. So Graff will hop on and kind of uncomfortably probably call for everybody. I kind of want to go over something with y'all real quick if you have a second.
Go ahead.
I took it upon myself to contact Alliance Command and update them on the situation with Omega and the mechs too, for that matter. And I probably should have discussed it with y'all first, but well, I didn't. And I'm telling you now, so that you're aware. I personally feel like that Reaper mech technology is pretty horrific. And I don't fully trust that our contact has all the best intentions with the schematics we just turned over. So that's why I mentioned the mechs. I feel like the more chance we have of taking the facility or facilities out, the better. And as far as the situation on Omega, I mean, I'm assuming the Asari are already aware of what's going on. Clearly, Despot's making a play. Who knows who else is going to make a play, and I felt it only fair that humanity was also apprised, at least what we have out here. So, well, there you have it.
Well, as much as I can say that I'm a little disappointed that you didn't fully trust me on the plan here, I agree with you. I think more hands on deck for this kind of thing is the better call.
It was nothing to do with trusting you, in all honesty. I have full trust in you. It's more so our Asari contact and with the video that we just saw. And quite frankly, the Asari themselves are distrustful of one another with the Dominion and whatnot. And but yeah, Asari aside, it's more so, I mean, we have the Hanar and the other Drell, even if it's just a small faction of them working on these things. Here we have all kinds of players trying to make moves for Omega Station. It just seemed like everybody had their hands on this shit except for Alliance to some extent. And after giving my life serving, I felt like I had a duty to report these things. My regret is I didn't talk to you all first, and I didn't realize I had that regret till after I made the call. So, I'm sorry.
No harm done.
No, it's okay.
But it's not a reflection on my trust of anyone in this ship. Everyone outside of it just... It's hard to tell where anyone's allegiances lie. And I fully understand that that reflects on the Alliance as well. After Earth was cut off, who knows who's calling all the shots now.
To be honest, I'm not really sure what the big deal is. I mean, Alliance was going to find out eventually. Omega's not exactly a place you get through. Or around, I guess I should say.
Well, no, I don't think telling them about Omega is much news. They already knew about Omega. It was more so letting them know what the current situation on the ground was here. The big one was what's going on with the Vorcha and the Hanar, the Drell, the mechs. I didn't mention where the base was. And I did not mention that we gave any of the plans to the Asari. So I did omit certain details to honor our previous agreements. didn't quite feel right doing that, but well, I at least pulled some of the information before I talked to you all. I told them I'd update them further once I knew where the strike would commence and so on and so forth. Because for all we know, that base could be gone. They might have moved already.
Quick recap. Have we seen the mechs since we were on that desert planet? I thought we might have saw them somewhere else, but they couldn't leave atmosphere, I think. So.
Well, the one that, it took off in atmosphere and then it like froze up. It was literally an Iron Man situation. And I had somebody in chat roll to see how quickly it would happen. And they rolled obnoxiously. And I hate that person's guts. And I hope that they contemplate life choices. So
those mechs would not be able to be piloted out, but they could be transported out, we assume.
If we believe they don't have any mechs that were better than the prototypes we saw. The prototypes definitely couldn't. But if they had any other ones that they didn't launch, they could potentially... the schematics were for space-worthy vessels. We just didn't personally see any of those in action. So either they're not made yet, or we just didn't see them.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Graff would leave it at that unless anyone else chimed in about...
I thought I was going to say something, but I completely lost my train of thought, so...
Sorry.
That's fine. No, you're good.
that's what happens when the conductor doesn't unionize with the rest of the staff, you know?
Right.
What?
I don't think Strix would have anything to add either.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. Well, our plan now was it to leave Omega, or was it to go figure out where this loner ship was? And are we going back to attack that facility? Is that the plan, to join the attack force?
We're about to go attack on Titan.
Okay.
Sorry, I muted. I think so. I'm pretty sure that we were about to go and Oh, we just settled the deal for the new ship. So they're going to pick up the old one. They're going to fix that up, but that's going to take like half a year. So that's already been like figured out. But at this point, now we just have to meet up with
Aristotle.
either we're
what was her name?
Arkome.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're actually meeting up with her, or if she's just telling us where we should go.
She was gonna give us access to a loner ship.
Like another ship. Yeah, that's what I...
She's gonna have you reach out to somebody to do XYZ. Yeah. It was somebody that...
She was waiting on that call?
Yeah, it was literally one of those things. Once you guys gave the official thumbs up and so on, she was telling you that I will give you like the contact of somebody to speak to. And that will make it so that you can...
And they were moving our server, but they were going to tell us where it was when it was installed. We're just waiting on that too.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And at some point we were going to go back to the other planet, the other galaxy that we discovered, but that is not a pressing thing.
That's a side quest for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Rena, I guess you're the lead on this one since you're the Arkome contact person.
Yeah, I'll call her and just catch her up.
Cool. So you reach out to Arkome, and like it's one of those things that takes a couple moments, whatever it is. You reach through, and she'll so it's the final word.
We got the deal for the other ship worked out, so that's been taken care of.
So it's official. We're doing this.
Yeah, we are.
The contact that I have, the person that's a vested interest into what's going on in this situation, she knows more details than any of you do about the background in this. I'm not going to waste my time. You can speak to her about this. I'm sending over the information now, and do with it as you will. Good luck. And she'll send over the information, unless you have any questions for her. She sends it over.
No.
For you, Rena, you're the one that gathers it immediately to do with as you will. Let me copy and paste the name for you. Kappa. And in here, pasta. So it's Aloha Loon.
Forensic, take notes.
I save the people's names and other notes.
Literally am? Okay, well, if you literally are.
So if you say
Alright,
nothing else to her, Rena, if you say nothing else to her, then that's
She
just the
just
name.
thank her. Yeah.
And she says, yep, now to contact me, just don't waste my time. And we'll cut communications because obviously she's busy doing other shit, right? And
she doesn't push anything.
Yep. And she will let you go. Awesome. So you have that information. What you guys choose to do with it is up to you.
Oh well, contact that person. I don't
Just
know
reach out to them
anything, so
immediately. I don't know if you
makes more
talk to the
sense
party
that
or anything.
no, because they know that I'm just.
We're all
setting us
right
up
there,
with-
right?
No, not necessarily. It's up to you if
Oh,
you
it was
are.
a small ship.
Sure. Okay, cool. Messy, do me a favor. Roll me a wisdom check.
Okay. Wisdom. Oh, shit. There we go. Sorry, I realized I closed the wrong tab. All right. Or minimized, I should say. Frait. Wisdom save?
No. Check.
Wisdom check.
Wisdom check. 15.
I believe the DC is 14 for your racial ability, correct?
Oh, that's a... Yeah, I think so. Or is that a wisdom save?
It's a check.
But yeah, it's 14.
Loop it.
Wisdom check, you're right. Yep.
Yep, 14. Cool. You pass. They say the name Aloha Loon, and you can feel in your mind as she's finishing up the conversation, she's like, okay. Because like it ended pretty abruptly, and she goes to start like punching in the information to reach out to this next person. Like she says, she doesn't stop to talk to you guys first. She's just punching it in. It's as you hear that name, somewhere in the depths of your memory, there's like a beckoning for you to like. It's like you feel like almost like a scratch. And there's actually genuinely a problem that Drell have when something like calls to them from their memories. They have to fight the urge to want to fall back into them. But considering the stakes at hand and the importance of this mission, if this name triggers, obviously you're going to go into it. So you choose to, concentrate and delve deep into your minds to remember the past, the sights, the smells, the sounds, the feeling, even the taste of the air in the room that you're in when you last heard this name. And it first comes back in an individual flash going to the last time you heard this name. And you literally remember walking into speaking to your Hanar handler and how they had left a screen up when you went walking in. So you went into the room with your handler. They spoke with another Hanar very briefly. You stood there patiently, arms held exactly as they were meant to, but your eyes did wander to the side. I mean, you were a few years younger than you are now, and so not quite as disciplined as you are now. Eyes wandering to the side, you saw the reports. Aloha Loon, missing in action, presumed dead. And there was one of those things you're like, the fuck was that? And so diving deeper into your memory, after having seen that, kind of like you come back to the forward and you see Rena's character, you be like, okay. You dive deeper into your memory to see where you can pull up that name again. You come across another situation where you're literally sitting there and having a meal during in between one of your training sessions when you were probably another year or so younger than even that. And you can look up from you eating your meal, and as you're watching the Hanar communicate with one another, there's strobing lights and so on and so forth that they usually do. And you actually understands this. The Drill are one of the few people that can, because you're trained to be able to understand this side of a thing. And you can see they're strobing out the enunciation of her name, or the rainbow representation of it. And you can see that she was sent to go on a task, specifically something to do with the Vorsha, and something to do with the Vorsha homeworld. And that's kind of like all you get from there. And then again, as you're falling forward to modern sensibilities, something itches into your mind even further back. And so you push your mind even deeper into your own memory. And you remember many years before that actually encountering her, actually meeting with her beforehand. She it was when one of the people that you were trying to train in all your different classes as you were switching from class to class, she was top of her class at the time when it came to the sniper training, the sniper academy. She was not just training to be a faction agent. She was really good at a combination of technology and sharpshooting. She was meant to be a high tier infiltrator. So kind of like finally your mind is falling back in right as Rena finishes punching in this information. And like the comms are clearly like looking to make a connection. Like imagine if this is a cell phone, it's ringing, right? I don't know if your character says or does anything right now, or you just stay silent.
Yeah. As it's ringing, he'll quietly say, like, so everyone can still hear him, but so it's not like abruptly he's like yelling. He quietly says, what was her name again?
Aloha Loon.
Aloha? Sorry?
Aloha.
Aloha. It's literally in Roll20 chat.
Aloha. Oh, it is?
Yeah. It could be Yuloha, but I like
Wait, where
Aloha.
in the chat is it?
Right above your
Right above
name
the
where you
wisdom.
rolled the
Roll.
wisdom.
Oh!
Little name.
It's like, ooh, Yuloha. Okay. He'll say,
Aloha, Yuloha.
We all.
Hiloha,
Ichi, me,
Shiloha. Oh,
Aloha.
that was even better than mine. We all aloha.
he'll cock his head to the side and say, Yuloha, she's dead. That's all he says.
And as he says, aloha, she's dead, the immediate response that you get, because it probably came connected partway through that statement, is, who's dead? And hello. As you hear Cell, wow. Messy.
Is it Cell's character?
Cell?
No.
From
As you
DBZ?
hear,
I just look like Cell. Okay, I see.
Oh,
I see how it is.
shit.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna
you're
tell Cell
both
you
from the
said that.
south.
He's gonna be very happy.
No, he would not be. No, he has better standards.
Which
So,
form is he?
so Cell ate people with his tail, right? Was that a thing?
Well,
Right, he was
like,
yeah. First form stuck him and sucked the juices out. Second form just had eyes for 18 to suck her up. And third form just laid babies through his tail.
Baby Cell was cool. I like the little.
The
little
Cell
cells.
Juniors?
Yeah, Cell Juniors are fun.
Yum. All right, moving on. So, Messy, back to you. You, what was I saying? You could actually hear she's speaking in the Drell native tongue. You can hear the inflection and the tone, everything that's different. Everybody else obviously has it fed to them through their translator. And so she speaks in Drell. And she says, who's dead? And hello.
If he's not going to say anything, then she'll respond. Sorry, we were mid-conversation. I don't know why they were talking. They knew I was calling. This is Zenestthea. I got your contact info from Arcome.
I'm familiar. Sounds like you're interested in getting involved. You're on Omega?
Yeah, we are.
Good. What do you know?
Almost as much as you do, save for some details.
I'd find that hard to believe. You have a ship?
Yes, but it's not exactly fit for, battle, I guess.
Yeah, let's not worry about that. Why don't you tell me where it's docked and I'll meet you there. I can meet you tomorrow. Does that work?
She looks around at them. They,
Are we in
they're just kinda
space?
nodding.
Like in atmosphere?
No, you're in Omega, like docked.
Oh, I thought we already left. Okay, we're just
No.
docked.
We're still in Omega.
You literally just sold your ship. So you're like hanging out on it right now.
Oh,
Yeah. It's like your house got foreclosed on, but you didn't move out.
yeah, we got to do that.
Well, yeah, he's not going to take it until we get the new one.
Caitlin, you did. There's something cool that you missed. I'll give
Should
you
we
a quick
not
little
leave?
hint.
Should we leave before Omega becomes a battleground? When we were talking about that last session.
We were either going to get involved with it or we were going to leave it and see just let it resolve itself.
But like it's happening like in the next hour. So
Like,
she said
yeah,
she's gonna come
it's-
tomorrow.
Well, we can get out while it's hot.
I think Frait would step forward and say, we're docked at Omega now, but with the way things are going, we should probably meet somewhere else.
There's peace in chaos.
I'm letting Rena talk. Sorry.
Oh, cool. Thanks for the interjection I didn't ask for.
Oh!
Oh man! Enjoy
Let
the.
me
I feel like
Couch
it's
fucker.
Rena at all real life parties.
It's not.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had to ask for permission. I'm sorry. I'll do it next time.
There you
I'm
go.
clearly
He's learning.
steering the conversation. I'm in charge here, so just saying. Plus, she
You didn't
wasn't
read the
gonna
book.
be like, "Oh yeah, let's meet somewhere else." She's just saying, "I'll meet you at your ship." Anyway, yeah. Sorry, that's fine. Probably early tomorrow then.
All right. You said sorry. So till then, she says, perfect. We'll meet then, and she just will cut communications from there.
Yeah, she will too.
Okay. Perfect. And that throws it back to the party. Go ahead, boys.
We're not exactly needing or wanting to leave yet, right? If there's another ship, a loner ship, then it's likely to be here. Seems like everybody who's part of this blanking on the word. Expedition. It's not even an expedition. You know what I'm saying?
Revolution.
No, this one's just I don't know. My brain's blanking. Usually I'd have a word for it, but it's gone
This.
from my brain. Excursion. It's not even an excursion. So close. I'm gonna
The
remember
thing going
later.
on in Omega, or the thing we're about to go do?
The thing we're about to go do.
Not just like the mission.
Oh yeah, mission will work, I guess. Yeah, I guess mission works.
So you're
yeah,
just
so.
to rewind it back. You asked if we were okay waiting till tomorrow.
I didn't ask. I just said it's most likely that everybody who's going on this mission is already on Omega, or most anyway, and the loner ship is likely here as well. Based on what Arkome said.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. That does well, maybe put us in the middle of the shit. Seems like things are getting pretty tense here, so the dam could break at any moment. So it might be a hot leave. So let's hope whatever this ship is, it's worth the wait.
Gotta be better suited, I guess, than this at least. No offense. She looks at Strix.
None taken.
Did we all hear Frait whisper she's dead, or was that only Zen that heard
I
that?
think we all heard it.
Everybody heard
and I
because
kinda
even
just
she
brushed it
reacted.
off.
Cool.
Yeah. She didn't hear that he was referring to her, though. She just said, yeah, go ahead, Wade.
Frait, you seem to know this person or know of them. Are they someone we should worry about, or someone we should be glad to be working with? Because if we're taking a ship from them, should we worry about being monitored the whole time, or being blown up or blackmailed, or you think we're good to trust them?
Oh, when you do that, you can disorient the entire stream.
Now Wade's the DM. Quick, change the scene.
You all get 10 levels.
Yeah, ooh, let's go. Oh,
So I'm just waiting on my permission.
No, there's no permission to do that. We're playing
No,
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my permission to take my turn.
yeah. Okay, permission granted.
Thanks, Rena. He says, she used to work under the same Hanar handlers I did, but she went missing one mission, presumed dead. We haven't heard from her in years. How many? I don't remember. But I would remember in the scene, so he would say it.
Well, that is or isn't a long time, I guess.
So again, the original scene, the most recent one was not too long ago, a couple of years ago, like 2 years.
Okay.
Before that was going back maybe 2 years. Before that was when he was much younger. So
2 years ago, she was missing. That's when she first went missing, I think.
correct. Yep.
Okay, so that's what he'd say then.
Well, either she was a double agent at the time working for somebody else, or whenever she thought she was abandoned, she switched teams. Either way, she gonna be unhappy to see you?
I doubt she knows me. I only know her because of her ranking. Her position in one of the classes I was in was always in the top 2. She's a sniper. A better one
Great.
than I am.
Oh, well, guess let's not piss her off.
So, to answer your question, I'm not sure if she abandoned them, or if they abandoned her, or maybe she found a higher purpose, a better calling.
Or she's still working
Well,
with them or something. I mean, if her goal is to help take action against this faction you said is against the normal teachings of the Hanar you are working with, then very
He,
least her goals would be aligned with yours in this case.
He shakes his head and says, she went missing researching the Vorsha, which is concerning given the circumstance of the mechs we found.
Yeah, it's confusing. Because if she's working with that side, why would she help us blow them up? And if she's against them, is it because they're competition? Or because whatever she researched, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I guess I'm...
Well, it sounds like her and our sorry contact are working for the same elusive man, if you will.
So likely this other group that we just encountered is competition for whoever they're working for. That seems to be the safe bet.
It's definitely a possibility.
Well, if they're pulling the same shit, then sure, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but once we take out this other faction, that still leaves the enemy.
It's a good thing we held on to those plans. Maybe there's some kind of flaw in it we can utilize if they're ever used against us, or make them ourselves if we have a factory.
Yeah, we all of a sudden have a lot of information we don't know what the fuck to do with.
I mean, that's the mystery of it. For now, I say we keep working for the highest power we find, which is the ones we're working for right now, so that's lucky.
I never thought I'd miss the Reaper War, but at least back then it was easy to tell who the good guys were and who the fucking bad guys were. Everything's so goddamn muddy anymore.
And once people realize they can use something that powerful to gain power themselves or control, then things get complicated.
Plus, the Reaper War was very confusing. I'm not sure if I learned the same lessons you did out there in my books.
Well, I guess looking back on it probably was. At the time, I was a soldier following orders, and I was told, go here, shoot that, and I guess that seemed simple to me then. Maybe it was less simple for command, but Reapers, Collectors, all that shit was pretty obviously bad.
We just don't know our enemy yet, but once we do, it'll get simple again.
I don't know if I hope you're right or not, but let's just hope we're not doing too much good for them. If we have 12 to 24 hours here, do we want to get involved at all and contact the shipyard guy and see if we can help him at all, or do we want to keep our heads down and stay the fuck out of this mess? Not a lot of time, but Not gonna lie, I'd rather have a gun in my hand when I die than be asleep in my cockpit.
Well, it would be a very simple fight once we pick a side, but with the Alliance coming in and these people we're working for doing something in the shadows at the same time, to me it seems better not to.
All right.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but Strix has already fallen ill.
He's just fucking weird, I think. From what I gather, anyway.
I mean, yes.
All right, well, if you want to stay out of this shit, I did ask. And, I'm not going to try to overrule anybody. I feel like I already did that once today. I'm making that call behind y'all's backs.
No worries. I'll spend the time entertaining myself, he says as he scoops up his comics.
Graff will just make a face of, like, somewhat concern and confusion, but shrug it off. We all need our downtime.
Not the pornography, just the comics.
Don't need to know either way, to be honest. This is awkward now. He's gonna turn and just walk to the cockpit.
He
and
just
leave
walked
you.
away. Yeah.
We all split up. Strix is snoring wherever he fell asleep, sitting in the room.
So I guess, Scott, we are
We're waiting.
keeping our heads down and seeing what happens. If the shit hits the fan and we have to do something, sure, but we're not going to proactively get involved in the fight for Omega.
Okay, so that makes sense that your characters would lie low and try to avoid the whole scenario. Makes perfect sense to me. So why don't you, if there's nothing else that your characters would do, we can jump ahead to the next day because I have nothing for you this evening.
Do we hear like
is there
fighting and shit?
No, the fighting hasn't started yet. To the verge, to the precipice, you know that there's like explosives and whatnot that are being moved to places, but it's not like people are just like running over and blowing up or anything like that, right? Everything is on the verge, and because it's already later in the day today, meeting early tomorrow morning means that it's like 12 hours later or something like that, right? So so flashing forward like a good 12 hours, whatever it is later, you do have the person will kind of contact you, Rena, and just give you like a ping suggesting that they're approaching your ship, right? And so as you're getting ready or what have you, ooh, 2 N7s just done by Treadmill Troll. Thanks, Treadmill. So anyways, you as they're
draw
approaching,
me however you want me after that.
okay.
That was a dangerous
is that-
offer, but I made it.
Is that ongoing permission for like?
Can I get
Just-
that
That was
inside
a
me?
bad
now.
idea.
I get ready.
That was a really bad idea. You should have said that.
Yeah.
So anyways, back to you, Rena. So you, as you're like reacting to this, probably informing the party that they're coming, like we're talking literally seconds later, there is like the alert or whatever suggesting that somebody's now just outside the ship. It's reminded how your ship is formatted. If you're at the back half of the ship, unless one of the other doors is closed, small ship, right? So, who goes over to greet?
I probably
Okay.
do.
Perfect. So as you go over to greet with them, Rena, I don't know if anybody else joins, but Rena, you go over to greet with them. The door opens up, and as soon as it opens, give me half a tick here. Oh, cool! I got the person's Twitter handle, the artist's Twitter handle, so I'll have to tweet that out, blast them, and say thank you. We just got it. So back to you, Rena. So as soon as the door opens up, you can see the woman outside is immediately, you can see that she's a Drell. Like, it's pretty obvious. But more importantly, she's wearing the same clothes as the people that you encountered inside of that facility. Like, you genuinely believe, like, either you've been fucked with, you've been had, they're now all about to attack you, or this person is some sort of a double agent. because she's wearing the outfit that Messy's character was like hiding and disguising
I
himself
don't
in
know
beforehand.
if you want
How
me
do
to
you?
like do a roll to
Yeah, you can roll an insight.
that, and like also to not be like obviously looking at her attire and looking kind of like shocked.
Oh,
Stealth.
deception maybe.
Deception.
It's deception. Yeah, let me do that first, and then I'll do the insight. Sorry.
Sure, you want to hide your own reaction and then try to see theirs. Understood. Okay,
Okay,
that's pretty
good.
sexy.
And then insight.
Mm-hmm.
Also good.
Also great. Okay, cool. So you believe that you hide your reaction very well, but you also get the impression immediately off of them that they are not here to fight. So even if they are meant to be threatening, they're not reaching for a gun. They're not doing anything like that whatsoever. But you can clearly tell, just like the comment from the Hanar beforehand about Messy's character, that she is well armed. She does have, a gun on over her left shoulder. That suggests that maybe she's a sniper. It's hard to tell without her turning around. And she does have a pistol by her side. So she's definitely armed. Either way, she's standing there in front of you. I'll let you open.
I had to remember her name. Aloha?
She nods and then says, yes, let's speak inside.
Nods back. And then, kind of motions for her to come in.
She will
Shut
walk
the door
in.
behind her.
Walks in, and immediately when she walks in, if you remember the layout of the ship, immediately when she walks in, she looks slightly to the left, slightly to the right to look through the doors that are there. It has that even does takes several steps forward and then turns to before she faces you. There's almost like the catwalk style, like walk up. It's like a stepping turn, so she can really absorb. There's 4 different doors that come off of the room that she's in. Right, there's the cockpit, so she can see whoever might be in there. There's a door that goes to the bathroom. Obviously, she doesn't need to go into the bathroom. Look who's inside of it. She can see that it's clearly the door to the bathroom. She sees the door to the 2 other rooms to the side, and she very, very obviously notes all these details to herself. Like you can see her kind of committing it to her mind. She has
Right, and
that presence to her of somebody who's always ready for the fight. Go ahead.
Wow, okay. Sorry. Cat jumped out of nowhere. Where did he come from?
The best thing about owning more than one cat, Rena, is there's more than one way to skin them.
Okay, shut up. Yeah, in a second.
That's right.
So I literally lost my train of thought. Damn. Oh, Zenestthea will look really kind of relaxed. Like she's obviously watching her, but she's not worried about her checking the rooms or anything. Like she's just kind of okay, yeah, you can look around. She might even comment and be like, it's not much, but home for now.
Sorry, I don't remember the exact layout of the ship, but I think it'd be best if Frait was in his room, but hearing people talk outside the door, he does open the door and see them from the what are they? Barracks? What are they called? Anyway, that room.
Bunker. Sure. So she again absorbs all this information. She says it's not much, and she shakes her head and says, if it gets the job done, that's all that matters. But it doesn't, does it? Which is why we're talking.
Right, exactly. So make yourself at home. Motions maybe to a table, chairs or somewhere to sit or something. If she wants.
She'll walk over to one of the workbenches and she'll lean against it, look over at the contraption that's probably actively grinding up a gun or something like that, but then look back at you.
Cool. Then she'll sit either on the opposite side or nearby or somewhere and say, Arkome mentioned that you'd be able to, or that you have access to some sort of ship, maybe loaner ship that we could use.
Nods and says, yes, I can lend it to you, or I can get the ship for you that you need. Unfortunately, there have been a small change of plans. Information doesn't travel free, and it takes a lot of information to plan an assault against an organization as grand as the one that we're going up against. I made a deal with somebody else, they made a deal with me, and now they're asking for assistance. If you are going to be borrowing the ship, and it will get the job done for you, then you're going to have to help me with this person. But you're going to want to know stakes of everything involved, including what you've already gotten yourself tangled up in. So, she crosses her arms in front of her and says, "Test my memory and get honest answers."
She nods. She was gonna say something, but like stopped herself as she was saying, "Okay, go ahead. Ask your questions." She's like, "Oh, okay. In that case, well, I should start by being honest myself and say the rest of my crew is on the ship, and I can get them, so they can all be part of this conversation."
She'll wait for everybody to join. So
Cool.
I'm sure
We take 3
Forgot about
steps and we're in the room.
Yeah. Well, I imagine Strix just has like headphones on. He's just like in there listening to some like I don't know, like not Aretha Franklin. Sorry, it's like early
Just
Mariah
slowly
Carey.
going insane. That's all. I'm sorry.
You're good, bro.
I'm trying today, man.
You're good. I've been there. I get it. These plebs don't fucking understand. I get it, man. You're good.
I'm like this close to just bursting into tears from how like frustrated I am today.
Yeah. Yeah. You're good, man. Sleep is a precious commodity. Precious commodity. So, all jokes aside, there's a reason why as an early parent, there's so many reminders and counselors and nurses and whatnot that reinforce the idea, do not shake the baby. Because like as a human, you have only so much level of frustration or whatever. And it's not like you ever want to do anything harmful, but it's like, you get like so frustrated with things that you could literally just be like, what do you need? Like, what do you want from me? And there's all these like reminders because it's so much pressure every fucking second of every day. But it gets better, man. It gets better.
Actually,
I lay him down and then I just go scream in the backyard is what I've been doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
tough.
Yep.
This dog's gonna pee on the floor if I don't take her out, so I'm gonna take her out.
That makes sense. Your character hides. So,
I have to poop.
Right.
All right, well,
now,
Graff steps in.
I'm just trying to get a relation on like what's happening. Are we getting
The person who is going to loan us a ship wants us to do a job first to get the ship, and then now is saying, ask whatever you want to ask about.
All right, Strix is going to come in as Strix fashion. The ship will be fully fixated with food, correct? For the trip.
Zenestthea kind of chuckles, like clearly it's like, okay, off to a good start.
No, it's fine. She'll actually just say very plain and monotone, and says, from what I understand, if a crow gets hungry going into a fight, they have more incentive to get the job done.
I always get the job done. But the food is an extra win-win. This band of crew loves it when I cook for them. He'll give kind of a smirk and look to Graff.
Graff shakes his head, like very obviously. Good question. I guess I got one of my own, if that's all right. Why are you dressed like the enemy? Undercover? Are you part of their organization and you're a double agent?
Are we out in the middle of like
No, you're in your ship.
No,
You're in your ship you just sold. Yeah. She says, plainly, yes, is the answer. To give you a little bit more context, I was originally given a task by my handler when I was still working with the Hanar to assist on the Vorsha homeworld. My handler converted over to a new, shall we say, subsect of our faith, and I went along with them. I worked as a part of the organization that you're calling the enemy for some time, realized the flaws in the ways, and am now trying to correct the mistakes that I've made.
Who are you working for now? And who are we working for now?
If I understand things correctly, you are both working for Akome as she's working for you. And since she's working for me and I'm giving you a job for the ship, that means you are too.
Yeah, well, since you said to ask anything, I just figured I'd ask. Who the hell's running this organization? Obviously, we're going after a group of Hanar and Drell that are a split faction from the generally accepted group, according to Frait. But you guys seem a little bit too well organized to just be individuals in on this, so it feels like there's someone else maybe pulling the strings, and whether you're the head of that faction or a part of that faction, it would just be nice to know what team we're on.
She looks not appreciatively to like the how detailed and direct that question was. Again, like while she maintains like a plain look and a monotone as she replies, that strange like dry reverb you get when a Drell speaks. She will the nod of appreciation and then says to you, well, let me be clear about my own stake in this. I work for myself and myself alone. What skin I have in this game, she says, kind of like playing with a human phrase. She says, what skin I have in this game comes entirely from my wanting to correct the mistakes that I've made in the past. But you're not mistaken. It would be impossible for me to fund something like this on my own. I am not that wealthy, and so there are others involved. Some of those people happen to be members of different governments. I'm not going to say all of their names, but they have their own interests in this with their own limited information. You provide what you need to get what you want. But I will tell you one group that's involved. The Vorsha. They are the predominant backer of this. They're the most vested party. They are the contacts that I made and screwed over when I was on their homeworld. And their, due to their short lives, children are the ones that I am dealing with now. They've forgiven me for my transgressions, or at least as well as a Vorsha can. And in exchange, I am making atonement.
Well, I hope whatever they're all getting out of this doesn't include using Reaper tech to rip apart sentient bodies, strap it on there, and make ships and weapons out of, because I'll be frank, we delivered schematics like that already to our Kome, and I can't say it's sitting too well knowing that kind of information's out there, because having been on the ground and seeing it firsthand, it was pretty fucking monstrous, and I know you know how dangerous Reaper tech can be. So that's my concern. Appreciate your answers.
I will say that the project, obviously I was familiar intimately with the details of it. I was a part of it. But I was incapable of getting my hands on the schematics that you were able to get your hands on. And without hard evidence like that, without provable, reproducible details, though not in their entirety, it was difficult to find our vested parties. Now, with that information being shared, the people that are backing this fight are providing the funding, the ships, the assets, and whatnot we need to win it.
I understand evidence is important, but I don't think any of us are naive enough to believe that if a government got their hands on this kind of tech, they would just want to destroy the competitor's facility and not do any kind of research into it themselves. So, that's the part that doesn't sit well, but when you do this kind of job, a lot of shit you have to do doesn't sit well.
Again, she nods appreciatively. When you, like in the middle of that, when you're talking about more or less, let's not be ignorant to how corrupt the governments are. She doesn't say anything, just simple a nod of appreciation and agreement.
But she didn't just mention who it was. She just said someone's funding it.
Someone's, multiple parties, but the most vested is the Vorsha government themselves, like the Vorsha homeworld. She didn't say anybody's names or anything like that, but the Vorsha of the Vorsha homeworld.
Okay.
Do we know much about the Vorcha and their place in the galaxy at all?
I will give you guys a little bit of backstory. All of your characters would know this. There's no checks that need to be made. So everybody pay attention. Short version is the Vorsha themselves are not a uplifted race. They are what you call pre-flight. Same as that race that you just encountered in the other solar system, right? They are a pre-flight race. The reason why you see Vorsha in the video games all over the place is because they kind of hitched rides onto other people's that happen to swing by their worlds to take resources or whatever they are, and they're kind of like rats. They once they get through, they breed very easily. They're very hard to kill off. They adapt to scenarios, literally genetically mutate to survive scenarios over the course of a year and certainly over generations. It's hard to get rid of. So Vorsha are pretty widespread in the galaxy in areas of population density. So like Omega, Citadel, stuff like that, but not in like the further reaches where you'll find like humans and Batarians and whatnot much more easily spread because they are a lifted race. Finishing this off, Vorsha are not a lifted race, or at least were not a lifted race during the video games. They have had a bit more of a presence in the galaxy yet, and they have been utilizing ships, like having their own ships, but scrapped stuff, things that are left behind or found or fixed back together during the Reaper Wars and after the Reaper Wars, right? So they're starting to lift themselves up utilizing other people's garbage. More or less their entire society is Pat's character, with a few less dance moves. That's what you know. Anything beyond that is you can find out in this conversation playing the game.
And now, if they're the main ones funding this, it's either to stop Vorcha from being tested on, or because there's technology they know that they are uniquely equipped to maybe operate that could be very powerful technology, or both.
Yep. In theory, with their train of thought, this could be what allows them to be properly uplifted with their own unique technology, as you just said. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Vorsha exclusively drive Porsche. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was great.
Well played.
Sorry. Go ahead, wait. And Rena.
After that answer, I think Graff will
Tell the
button
lady
up.
friend we're saying hi.
Oh,
Oh, hi. I was like, what are you talking? I thought he was talking about chat, and I was like, I don't see any. Like, what are you talking about?
I
Totally
forget
looked
that we
away.
have images.
Yeah. Oh my god,
That's
you guys
you.
are here too?
I think Graff will feel like he's at least immediately pried enough and gotten the answers that he finds acceptable, so he'll kind of button up and open the stage for Frait or Strix or Zenestthea to ask more questions.
Strix would just see this as another job. I don't think he really cares. So
That's fair. It also makes sense.
right now he's just with Graff. So if Graff's like, yeah, I'm down to do this. Even if, I mean, unless it's like a suicide mission, I feel like Strix would probably even still be balls enough to do it. But I mean, he'd be like, you sure? Right now, there's a lot of politics and stuff, and he doesn't really concern himself with a lot of that. He's just like, okay, we're going to go fight something or go get something. I
don't know if Frait was described in the scene at all, but he has his arms crossed, and he interjects here, and says, "Why did you leave our handlers?"
She shakes her head and says, "You chose to preoccupy yourself rather than listening when I said it the first time. I joined my handler."
What?
Her handler joined the bad faction.
Oh. I missed a lot.
You're good. Keep going.
To be honest, I didn't catch that either.
I gotta think about that.
You're fine.
Uh,
If there's like go ahead, Wade.
you don't want to reveal everyone that's a part of this, but personal stake in this matter is someone who served the Alliance for my entire life. Is humanity a part of this?
She says, "Are you asking if the Alliance is a part of it?"
I suppose I'll ask both. The Alliance and, to be honest, I don't even know what all human factions there are out there.
Then to answer the question, no and yes.
He'll, like, look like he wants to say something, but I think the moment of, like, sadness will creep on his face, and he'll just nod and contemplate that answer.
And
But I do want to
Frait
be
interjects
clear.
Again.
Oh, go ahead.
He says, why not return now? Why continue?
Return to
the
where
Hanar.
we came from. Well, first and foremost, I haven't finished making atonement.
Be right back.
Secondly, when I was looking for those that were going to back in this fight, I did not approach them directly because my status as being deceased has been beneficial. But I did have another go and approach them. And do you know what their interest was in this?
Tell me.
To deny.
What do you mean deny?
No Hanar would ever do such a thing. They're a peaceful species. Experimentation like that is beneath them. The Enkindlers are to uplift and to teach, not to experiment on, not to bring harm to.
Is your handler still alive?
Until a few days ago. Thank you for
Was
that,
it
by the
you?
way. It gave me the opportunity to leave.
Kind of looks around the room and he says, you mean to say he was in research?
Which is the reason why I was incapable of getting my hands on the schematics. It's really hard to fool the one who taught you how to fool others.
Are you fooling me right now?
She will uncross her arms, stand up, and look you directly in the eyes, right? And say, you make that decision. It will decide the path that we take moving forward.
What do you think, Graff?
About what?
To recap,
What do you think? Yes or no? Kind of a
I
big
asked
decision here.
her.
We
why
don't need
she
to do
didn't
campaign recaps to do 7 of them during the session. God.
Yeah, I got you. I asked her why she didn't return to the
Yeah.
Hanar handlers. She
She
said
said
it
she
was
hadn't
because
finished
her,
atoning yet. I heard that.
right, and that her handler was still alive, essentially. And then I said, is he still alive now or something like that? I don't remember how we got there. But she said, no, he died a few days ago. You blew him up.
She didn't say those exact
Oh.
words, but yeah.
And she said that's why she wasn't able to get access to the documents
Schematics.
that we now have, the schematics that we now have. And I asked her if she was tricking me, and she said, why don't you tell me, or some shit like that.
Yep. And then he looked at you and said, what do you think, Graff?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't understand enough to know whether I should apologize or, I don't know if we fucked you over or freed you, to be honest. From, well, it seems kind of complicated for someone who doesn't really understand to be involved.
She nods understandingly and says, you're only human. The way that the Drell and the Hanar have their relationships can be a difficult thing for you to understands. But in short, I wasn't able to leave without permission and direct oversight constantly. Now I have freedoms. It allows me to meet with you here, and allows the final stage of the plan to go through more easily than it would have if they survived.
Strix being kind of just dense. He's just gonna be like, congratulations. Kind of like on, when she said that she has her freedom or whatever.
It's kind of one of those like solemn things. Like it's somebody that like raised her like a parent for like decades. And you're like, congratulations, they're dead. And
No. Like he wouldn't say it like
I know.
but yeah.
He might. That is kind of Strixy.
It is,
but
but he
she-
can read the room. He's not stupid. You know what I mean? He's just, I don't know.
She'll give you an appreciative nod, but leave it at that.
Hanging with Frait for a while. He's kind of learned a bit.
Well, learned is a bit of a stretch, but yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just kidding. Frait says, and how much Reaper technology have you had first-hand experience with?
She says, little interaction myself. I'm not a researcher. I acquire things, predominantly information, and I remove things, predominantly obstacles. I dispose of things, predominantly obstacles.
I respect that. You mentioned a job or a favor before we could get the ship, and I'm assuming that getting this base taken off the map is a pretty high priority thing, being as time is of the essence before they either move or can finish moving to another location. So I suppose I should ask what the details of that job are and the time parameters, being as we're already several days after our interaction.
She'll actually slowly raise her hands, just like get you to stop for a second. And she'll say, you're not wrong. Time is an important factor, but not as important as you think. If my goal, or I should say if the goal, was to bombard them from orbits while they resided on a single already dead world, then yes, we would have wanted to have waged the assaults 2 days ago. Unfortunately, it would have been impossible to have done that. I did not have the resources to do so back then. We've gone over these details. So instead, instead, they have already started uplifting things and moving them to another facility. But that's fine. I know where this location is. I personally stayed there to wait until I knew where that location was before I left Worlds to come and join here, which is why I've only arrived on Omega this morning.
Do they know you're a double agent? Is it possible that they have altered the plans?
If they know, I do not.
Fair enough.
I have served them loyally up until I left them about a day and a half ago. And even still, there's no reason for them to doubt what it is that I'm doing. My job is to acquire assets or dispose of things. And usually that takes me off world.
Understood.
So, what is the plan then, going in?
For the assault, the plan will be pretty simple. As I said, they're already lifting things off of this world. They're bringing them to another location, a different facility. You will not be attacking this base again. That would be foolhardy. There's going to be too much. You're going to be a single ship. And while I understand that Graff here, she says, while I understand Nelson is a capable pilot that is more than able to weave his way and follow command on the battlefield, it will not be beneficial to have all of your combined assets doing so. Instead, you'll find yourself at the next location where you will bombard your way down planet side, and then you will eliminate the facilities as they are appearing, as they're being created. And she did say Nelson.
Strix will look confused and look to Graff.
Humans also have first names.
Assumed Graff was your first name.
Graff is my last name, and the name I've gone by since a long time now.
He'll hold his hand up. Matters to me not. However you wish to be known, that is what I'll call you.
Well, it matters to me. Do you have a file on all of us?
She shakes her head and says, unfortunately, no, I do not. I have nothing on the Krogan. I just know that you go by the name of Strix. And that
Really?
you are
My
part of a
works are
clan.
legendary.
I'm
Have
sure
you
they
not
are.
You have
heard
a
of
file-
the time of when I stole Graff's beacon? I can't do it right now because he's asleep and I'm not doing anything to jeopardize that right now. But he'll let out a very hearty, loud laugh.
He's the only one you don't have a file on, because the Asari was lost on a planet for 15 years.
And existed for over 200 before that.
I am definitely the youngest. It does make sense.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess it depends on how up-to-date the files are, and where they came from.
She will cross her arms again and lean back and give you like a genuinely doubting look. Like 100% gives you a look of complete skepticism, Frait. And says, are you meaning to tell me that every time you engage with a new high valued asset, you don't do your research about them beforehand? Are you meaning to tell me you didn't look into who I was or where I came from prior to this meeting? I mean, I recall you. You must have at least recalled me from our time at the training in our youth.
Of course, and I thought you were dead.
Oh.
But
And
no,
you did no additional research.
I did not.
He's a bit lazy, this one.
Not agreeing with you, but certainly not disagreeing. She says, I did see your departure. And leaves it at that.
Oof.
He'll lean to Zenny. What does that mean? Departure.
Were
Surely
they-
it means some kind of drama
they-
of when he left, right? Obviously, I'm talking loud enough for like the whole room to know.
No. She's just like, that's not. Never mind.
He's doing it to patronize. He's just being a dick right now.
Pat? Trinize?
Then I would laugh, but I'm not waking my fucking son. He's not slept in 2 days.
Oh, let him sleep.
You guys-
He looks adorable.
Do you guys see Treadmill's work of
No.
art?
No, I was focused on the RP, Messi. But since you're
Me too.
interrupting it, I guess I'll look.
Oh.
Oh,
Who is this?
I think
what
it's...
is that?
No, that's my glasses, isn't it?
That's definitely
Yeah, that is a
Scott.
shaved Scott. Yeah.
Oh,
you know
God.
it's artistic
When
when
he
it's
shaves.
so horrific we can't even tell what it once
Oh my
was.
No, that's definitely my glasses and nose. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Definitely
And
Scott.
my snaggletooth off on the side. So,
That's scary.
oh, God.
That's scary.
Oh, God, that is...
Treadmill, why?
Oh,
We can't
God,
all
that
pull
is...
off being hairless.
Oh, boy. Oh, God.
You look great.
You know, Scott, if you just crop the upper half, it kind of looks like, well, other than the cat ears, it kind of looks like you as a guidance counselor.
Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, my God.
Oh,
Oh, God. Oh, God. I'll have to show it to my daughter so she has nightmares.
Just print it out in color and just pin it to her, like one of the walls in her room, and just don't say anything about it.
Just leave it where she has breakfast in the morning so she gets up for school tomorrow morning and it's just sitting there.
Yeah, like under her plate, so when she lifts it up.
Huh. It's funny.
Daddy loves you.
Oh, somebody just joined the Discord named Resident Trash Panda. That's an awesome name.
Dude, don't dox them.
Yes, that's doxing. Their actual name is Rena Messenstein, and
The only time he remembers my name is when he's making fun of me.
that's true. It's a fact. It's a true fact, even. All right, back to the alternative ones, though. So she, where were we? With the most immediate response. I honestly don't remember the most recent thing we were talking about. Oh, dossier on everybody. Yeah, she made a quip about like your leaving. Unless you guys engage any further about that. It's important so she's monotonic the entire time. Whereas Frait is a pretty soft tone, she's monotone. Continue.
Do you trust our Comey?
I trust her as long as the credits are rolling.
When you mentioned
She has-
monotone in the past, I didn't know if that was a religious atonement or a moral atonement. Or whatever it's called. Apologies if I'm misspeaking. But I just figured I'd ask. And appreciate, I suppose, the honest answer again.
When you talk about religious or modest, you're talking about her personal atonement, not Akome's, right?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. Yep. She nods and says, Akome is not invested in our interests. She is with perhaps some of yours, and she will very pointedly allow her eyes to linger on Zenestthea for a moment. But for the rest of us, as long as she's well paid, she's as trustworthy as someone that you've known your entire life.
Yeah. I just wonder what happens if we get tangled up in the opposite side of one of her machinations, being as we know, well, we know there's a lot of stuff going on in Omega, I guess.
If you're tangled up with Arkome, there is nothing to be concerned about. You will not have much time left in this world. Or in this universe.
That's
comforting.
ominous.
Well, she is a very talented killer. I witnessed that firsthand, so probably not entirely wrong. But it's still a concern nonetheless.
I believe she has some sort of code for what job she's willing to take and what she isn't, but I'm not here to have an at-length conversation about her ethics. I'm concerned that we are all
more so.
successful.
Agreed. Was more so just curious on your opinion, since you've been very open thus far.
And I'll continue to be so. And she'll look to the others to see if anybody had any questions or any details. Because, like, I don't know how much insight you guys were looking into the organization that she has been a part of since, like, the founding, you know, or anything like that.
And when we part ways, do you know where you're going to go?
Do I? Yes, I do. Will I share that with you? No, I will not. Will I be returning to our upbringing? How much interest do you have in that?
Perhaps I'll meet you there.
And she'll just nod. There's like a spark of curiosity in her eye. Just like, maybe there's actually hope for him. Maybe.
Sensing the weird tension, she's going to change the subject, and Zenestthea will say...
The word sexual. Anyways, go ahead.
Tension. And, she'll say, the Revenants. I just remembered what they were called. Nice.
Reverent.
Reverend. Oh, see, never mind. The Reverence.
I was very impressed with you for a
Thanks.
second.
For like 0.5 seconds.
I was like,
yeah.
whoa, she did. That
Yeah,
looked good.
yeah.
Oh, just like your dad.
God damn. It was an insult for me to say to Scott, but I didn't get there yet.
Wow.
I took it. Don't worry, Pat. Keep
Yeah,
going.
thanks for having me. Lost initiative, but I think this is where I'm gonna take my leave. Good luck with future campaigns. I'll see you.
It is autumn. That makes
when
sense.
I see you. Okay, bye.
So, in relation to Reverend, go ahead, Rita.
Oh no, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone for good now. Sorry.
Change his screen name to Gone.
Rena, more like he ran away. Oh, or Rena who?
I can get her. I can get her back. Chat. Can we please spam chat with Doggers? Nothing gets Rena to come back to chat quicker than Doggers. So if you want to convince her to return, just Doggers the hell out of it.
Scott, I'm not quite sure what that document's called, but it looks like she's filling out some kind of order. Starts with an R.
Reverent is. Don't get mad at me. I'm the one waiting on Rena. Forensic says, "Shut up, Scott. Get back on track." I can't. I'm waiting.
Bye.
Can we just point out the Happy Halloween sign that you have before even my birthday?
You had that up
It
last week.
says,
Halloween.
it says hop hell off.
Hapalo.
Continue.
Hapalo.
Russian or
Slow
German?
down.
She's gonna ask about the Reverend. Where did they even get the Reaper tech in the first place?
That is a very easy thing to come by if you know where to look. The sheer volume of Reaper tech that's floating around in free space, if you know where to look for it, and will take centuries to clean up, if it ever will be cleaned up that way. The number of planets that have been entirely decimated and no government has had the time or the resources to properly go in there and begin cleaning efforts. Even those worlds, even the smallest and most indefensible of them, were able to do some amount of damage to a Reaper before it fell. You can go there and find it lying around in scrap heaps on the ground. There is innumerous locations to find it. You've probably come across a good amount of it yourself. It wouldn't surprise me if you even have some of it on this ship somewhere. The important question is whether or not it's inert.
Then what was it then that sparked them to go after it? I think Arkome mentioned not a VI, but
The
an
chosen
actual
one.
Prothean. As she's like saying that.
He is indeed a Prothean, very real, very awake and alive. I've spoken with him many times. He is not very, interacting with him once is awe-inspiring. Twice makes you question your worth in this galaxy. 3 times, question their significance overall. And then beyond that, they just become grating. We all know people that can hold themselves above others, lord themselves as though they are some sort of unique or superior. And it can be difficult to know them, but when somebody truly believes that every aspect of every species that has ever existed that you've ever known of is truly and utterly beneath that one singular person, as though they were, and she mentioned some sort of like animal on Thessia that's similar to like a slug on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you become disillusioned to how wonderful they are. This project isn't for the Vorsha. This project is for themselves. Let's say they truly are as amazing as they want others around them to believe they are. How many people like that do you want roaming the galaxy? And how many of them do you want armed in the most advanced ship fighters, fighter ships that you've ever seen? Ones that never existed in our cycle. Ones that were made over the course of thousands of years of fighting the Reapers to even fabricate in their own cycle. Hundreds of years of it. So.
Yeah, but they've lost to the Reapers, whereas the fucking losers in the galaxy now are the ones that survived them. So sure, they got some good tech, but clearly they weren't all that in their time. No offense. Sorry, I forgot that. He like looks aghast as he like butted in about this, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you guys fucking like worship them."
I see too.
Sorry to diss
Yeah, I
your
know.
gods.
That's why he like is like, "Oh shit, I forgot who I was talking to." Yeah, I'm sure they are great and all.
I'll let you guys respond before I do. Go ahead, Messi or Rena, if either of you choose to.
To what Graff said?
Yeah, I basically just told Frait and her god they could suck a dick.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Not very nice, but she gets it.
And by God, you mean the Prothean, not
The
the
Prothean.
actual gods. Yeah. Just to
Yeah.
clarify. I think Frait recently, I don't remember the exact details, but I think he's recently been a little more critical of the Protheans and the like blind belief that all Prothean is like good. Mostly on the research facility we were on back in season 1 that we have an amazing comic of. So I don't think he would be outspoken. I think he'd probably just look at you like in thought, but not quite. Not happy, but not like angry. No words.
Does she say anything right away, or does she stay silent?
She says, she'll like wait till you guys finish kind of like your own little strange thing. And she'll say, I'm not going to stand here and pretend like I am the arbiter on the subject. I will say that most of what I know about the Protheans come from either the misteachings that were given to me in my youth and my experience with Chosen. With the... but from what I understand, their biggest downfall, despite having technologies far more advanced than even our own, their biggest downfall was a central government. One of the reasons why we were able to be as beneficial as we were in this fight is our decentralized approach to the battle. We weren't one government, we were many governments that were equally squabbling with one another. So if one organization was able to be corrupted entirely by the, or at least effectively corrupted entirely by the Reapers, it didn't matter because there was already an amount of animosity or distrust from all of the others that it would only have a minimal impact on our ability to fight against them overall.
I gotta throw ego and pride in there as well, because what I've seen of a lot of the Protheans and their monstrous research methods, well, they kind of bit themselves in the ass by thinking they could play God. Both with the Vorcha and the mechs now, and on a station we encountered a while back where they were trying to do experiments there too that backfired. So, not to insult whatever it is y'all believe in, but I think all this Prothean are great stuff. Sure, they were advanced. Otherwise, they seem like the same assholes I deal with on a daily basis. greedy, egotistical, and well, sometimes so invested in what's right in fucking front of them they miss the big picture.
And now you understand why spending so much time with one lording itself over everything around it, it can be grating. Let's just agree to the adjective advanced.
Yeah, that's fair.
And now let's
Where
combine those advanced, that advanced technology with advanced understanding of war and war tactics, and those that are willing to die even to have a moment to speak with him. The kind of fealty that inspires.
Yeah, sounds like well, on Earth we call them cults.
She waits for like the translation to come through, but even for Messy, it doesn't make sense when you say cult, because like their religion is in itself the definition of a cult. So it's like the translation doesn't come through cleanly for them. So like more or less
I'm
like
talking and I can't like. Would Strix understand what everybody understands what a cult is, basically?
except for the Drell because they are a cult. So
would we see the visible kind of confusion on their face?
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Think of it more like a serious clan. Step more laws and everyone's way more strict on things.
It's kind of like how
Kind of like how
Graff
you
was
are.
really starting to say. Yeah, he was probably about to say that. He
Strix
like
will just be
stopped.
straight up. It's kind of like how you are.
Well, that's so the immediate mission. They'll just completely try to 180 the conversation.
Yep. Well, you're the pilot, just fucking roll me that handling check. Just kidding.
I feel like I've unintentionally made enough digs today. Really didn't mean offense, but I guess I probably caused a lot of it. But I think I'm comfortable working together and taking care of these facilities and whatnot. Would be good to know what the immediate job is at hand, though, so we can get rolling. Unless I look to like the other three to see if they have anything else they want to ask.
the only other thing I want to know is where the Prothean is now.
I can't answer that question, unfortunately, because he wasn't always on world. Spent some time overseeing the project because it was important, but usually was on his own private vessel and moving about. That's one of the reasons why I have the group of you going after the new location rather than the one where everything's coming from. It's more than likely he's going to be there. And with his being there, you can take down whatever defenses they started putting together. Likely we'll have to engage with him personally, if he is.
I know the Alliance would be willing to step in and help with attacking these facilities, but I wouldn't overstep and give them the location without your green lighting. But if you think it would be necessary, I could get a fleet sent to help with either of these.
She nods and says, "At what cost?"
Well, that's always the question, I suppose, but only way to find out is to tell them and find out, because I don't know.
You misunderstand my meaning. When I say at what cost, I don't mean how much are they going to ask for to assist you in this endeavor. It's how much is it going to cost those that are already invested to have them arrive.
I guess that depends on what those that are already invested are hoping to get out of this. Destruction of corrupt facilities or information from the facilities?
It's a great question. And sadly, one that I can't answer entirely.
Well, while I respect their and your position, to be frank, that's not my problem so much as it is to wipe everything off the planets that we're going after. So, the offer's there. I won't make that call without the green light, but if we want to make sure this shit gets taken care of, There is a way to do it.
And we're not very far away from where it is that their new citadel happens to be established. I'll contemplate it. I'll come to a conclusion before we make our assault.
With that, Graff's literally done interrupting.
There's one final detail I didn't go over with the group of you yet, and I'm surprised you don't already know, but you were fortunate enough to have fled the place before you encountered them. The tunnels that you chose and what have you, you avoided them. You already know that the Operation Reverence is being run by Hanar predominantly with a Prothean on top. You know that the Drell will follow their handlers, and you know the Vorsha are the pilots. But you weren't aware of the actual security force that they use on ground level. Again, you've avoided them. She again crosses her arms and leans back onto the workstation that's there and says, if this changes the situation and alters any of your interest in helping moving forward, I understand. I will not blame you for it. Simply put, Chosen discovered them. The Chosen One discovered them and realized that he was as easily able to manipulate them as he was the Hanar, and so therefore the Drell. She takes a deep breath. This is the first time she actually is like properly steadying herself, and she seems like to flutter away from being monotonic, as like she's thinking clearly, like reliving thoughts or what have you in the moment. And then, after exhaling, she says, he has in his employ what you would call collectors.
Fuck.
I'm assuming neither Strix or I know what that is.
Rena, you were fighting a collector ship that you later on found out that that's what
collectors.
it was. When you,
Oh, sorry. I was thinking
Yeah.
my brain was on Reaper mode.
And Strix has come across collector tech before, so he's got the vague idea, but feel free to RP it out.
What was the person I traded with? Were they not part of the collector? Like, what was the
Shadow Broker.
Collector,
Shadow Broker?
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah,
Collectors are like
that-
Reaper. Go ahead, Scott. You can explain.
No, Pat. Sorry, Wade. You could actually look over and let's say you see Strix and he looks a little perplexed or what have you, while the others are taken to the gravity. Feel free to bring it to RP.
So, collectors. I would highly advise we not only get the Alliance, but any other governments to get involved and make sure we wipe them the face off the fucking face of any planet or galaxy they might even remotely touch. When I was fighting in the Reaper War, collectors became a huge problem. Entire colonies, cities, settlements disappeared just overnight. One day everyone would be there living, doing their jobs, working, and then snap of a finger, the place would turn into a ghost town. And from what we could tell, they took them. Those motherfuckers took them, and I would very much like to take them out. Graff will get increasingly more emotional, trying to like explain what's going on. My family was taken by collectors, and I thought that Shepard had neutralized them as a threat. So, what's left of them, and what do we have to do to make sure that they don't?
She doesn't interrupt. She waits to see kind of like how you finish talking or what have you. I don't know if anybody else interjects, because I imagine she sees reactions explicitly from Zenestthea, who's the most insightful here. But
Did we ever find out what the collectors were doing with people? Shepard probably knows, but would Graff know? He spent his entire later life trying to look into it. I don't know if he would have ever gotten that answer.
I will allow you to come to that conclusion.
Well,
It is very possible with how high up he was and how he was able to, and the breakdown of military structure temporarily and how much he invested into it. It's very possible that he would have, but I will leave it for you to decide that.
in meta, it's been a while since I played ME2. Collectors were just basically Prothean husks, right? Just more advanced and been worked on a lot longer.
They were like
Uh,
Reaper altered, right? Reaper altered.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so husks are people that have their nervous system broken down and replaced with electronics. So it's a combination of biology and electronics. Collectors were not that. They were genetically modified over the course of hundreds or thousands of years or whatever to become the people that would collect for they actually are what, for all intents and purposes, Protheans evolved into, but it was a forced evolution, right?
I personally have already forgotten. Once they took people, collected them, melted them down, what did they do with their genetics?
I thought they made them husks, but maybe I'm wrong.
No. So, lore time for those of you that do not know the
It's been
lore.
so many years
Again,
since I played.
again, I will let you decide whether or not your character knows this, Wade, because of your backstory. But that being said, literally what happened is they took people. So not the collectors themselves. When the collectors took people of different species, let's talk about what humans were the focus of the video game, but it wasn't just humans that it happened to. They would take people, and if their species was advanced or quality enough, right? Only if they were advanced or quality enough, they would take those people and they'd break them down to genetic goop. Effectively turn, they would do that reverse transmission to turn every cell in your body into effectively stem cells. And you have this big slurry of stem cell goop. And then they would shove them into this weird machine that would mix it and layer it together with machinery, and it would make a new Reaper. So the millions of people would be turned into goop and be turned into a Reaper. So at the end of the second video game, when you fight the proto Reaper human thing, it's like a giant, looks like a human. The theory is inside of every Reaper shell, they all look like giant, squiddy snail kind of things. If you crack open that outer shell and look on the inside of every, let's say a Reaper is, the size of this, mason jar, right? Like a 1 liter mason jar. Let's say that's the size of a Reaper. Inside of every one of those, about this big, is a giant robot. That's about as tall as I don't know, like a 10-story building or something like that. That is in the shape and made up of the genetics of whatever species is broken down to make that Reaper. So that they almost live like a Power Ranger inside of their mecha suit. Their mecha suit being the Reaper thing, right?
Gotcha.
So that's what happened with the genetics. And so humans, like the Protheans, were a unique genetic situation where they could actually make them, they could do more with it, but that's a different conversation.
Okay, I think I
necessarily
know
know that.
how much I want Graff to know then.
Yeah. Saying they look like the Leviathans means nothing to people who don't know what the Leviathans are, which was explicitly a DLC of one of the 3 video games. So being they look like the Leviathans. You mean the thing from Greek mythology? No. I don't know what you're talking about then. But anyways, continue.
Collectors weren't just preying on humans. From what we gathered, it was all, or most, sentient species, whoever they deemed worthy, and vacuumed them up, melted them down, and honestly, from there, I never wanted to know.
Melted them down into what? He'll just immediately pressure the question. Tone very serious. He's not joking around or being silly or anything. He's just extremely curious.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
would I have any knowledge around this? Would Krogans have known? Would this have been
Krogans
talked
would.
about in my... Well, would it have been talked about in my clan? Would I have known... Maybe not the word collector. I probably would have heard it but like, would I have as much knowledge as he does?
As
The
Graff,
cr-
probably not.
Yeah, not as much knowledge as Graff. What you would know is that the collectors were not able to collect Krogans anywhere near as easily as like people, because like there are very few Krogans and they're all badass warriors because they had to be, because if they didn't, they just died because they are Krogan. They kill each other as well as blah, 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 blah. So like, whereas it's easy for a collector to go in and grab like, non-combative men, women, children, elderly, whatever of humans and drag them away and turn them into goop. You try to just grab a random Krogan while they're sitting on the toilet shitting, they're going to kill like 15 collectors that are trying. It's just different caliber of species, right? Krogan are better than humans. So, 1-to-1, right? In
I've
a
heard of
fight.
these collectors once, but not to the extent of what they've done.
They took my wife, they took my daughter, and ripped them down to the very cells of their bodies and used them to enhance themselves or make new Reapers, or I don't fucking even fully know. But,
It's fine. You don't have to continue.
I made it my last mission after I left the Alliance to, even during the war. The collectors were number 1 on my hit list. So, I am not backing down from this mission. And in fact, I again highly recommend we get as many people in on this as we can to take down the collectors. Is there any chance Reapers themselves are a part of this?
As far as I understand, no. The Reapers have always been seen as the enemy by everybody. Every organic always that hasn't been indoctrinated by them.
Well, that's the million-dollar question. How do we know that our Prothean friend wasn't?
She shakes her head and says, there are signs to discern whether or not somebody has been indoctrinated. And I would like to stand here confidently and tell you that I know for a fact that they are not. But the simple fact of the matter is, how many of us know Protheans and the way that they behave well enough to identify when they're behaving differently?
Well, that was my next question. How do we know?
This is my assumption. They are behaving in a way that makes sense for who they are and where they came from, and nobody else around him has behaved differently over time. I myself have not behaved differently, and I have not noticed it of the others. I have to make the assumption that if he was able to be indoctrinated, others around would be eventually as well.
The facility seemed to be utilizing Reaper tech. The mechs seem to be utilizing Reaper tech. How are they making sure no one's getting indoctrinated while they research and utilize such shit?
A considerable amount of research was done by a human organization some time ago on how it is to contain the indoctrination abilities of the Reaper technology.
Wait, that tech's already available?
To those that know where to find it and how to use it. It's also something that was apparently understood later in the war by the Protheans. And not all Reaper tech causes indoctrination. It has to have some degree of... Honestly, I can't speak to this. Some stuff does, some stuff does not. This is beyond my technical understanding.
Whenever she talks about the organization, does that ring any bells?
Oh, yeah, Cerberus, absolutely. Everybody in the fucking knows Cerberus.
You're referring to Cerberus.
She nods and says, a horrible organization run by even worse people, but they were able to develop technology that was far more advanced than anybody around them.
Is this the human faction that's working in this?
No. But, again, that is as far as I understand. I'll answer you honestly, but if the peoples that I interact with happen to be backed by Cerberus themselves, I would only know as far as my research would take me. And my research did tell me to bring up the collector situation to you prior to you landing boots on ground.
Yeah, I might have lost my fucking shit had I found out second hand. Or first hand. What do we know about the collectors they got?
Oh, yeah. As far as I understand, their numbers are several dozen. They are ground forces. There are no surviving collector ships that I'm familiar with. They are ground forces. But because of their capabilities, their physiological capabilities, they can survive in environments that most of us, she says most of us, looks at the Krogan, would not be able to survive. And the speed at which they can fly, and how easily they can remain undetected by ship sensors, they can find their way onto a ship even if it's flying around an atmosphere, and cut their ways in if need be. Something to be aware of on your approach. But details like that we can worry about as you're actually going for the approach rather than now. She doesn't say that in a dismissive way. It's like a suggestive way. If you still have questions, you can see she's still open to them.
I think Graff at this point realizes he's had his hands balled up into fists this whole time and been very, like, not threatening, but standing in like a almost menacing pose just out of anger. I think he'll relax a little bit. I do not speak for us all as far as if everyone wants to go on this mission, but if you three wish to stand down, I will still be personally volunteering to be a part of things. It is, I can't not.
The collectors are the reason that I was on that. It's a moon, not a planet, right? Pretty sure it was a moon.
Yep, you're correct.
That I was stuck on that moon for 16 years. They were the reason that we were out in the first place. They were the mission. So, I have no intention of changing my mind.
Nor do I.
For probably a dozen years after the war ended, I woke up every night, the nightmares of imagining my daughter, her hand slipping from my wife's as they're dissolved in bowls of acid. I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but that imagery has never left my mind. I live with that every day of my life. And it's them and the Reapers I have to blame for that. So, this mission became a lot more personal for me.
Zenestthea kind of, she like walks over to Graff and like put a hand on his shoulder, just kind of reassuring, and say to Aloha,
Malu!
Welcome, Jib Squad.
"Oh, Molly. We'll do what we can. But seems we're all on board, so we just need to know what's next. Timeline, all of that."
She nods appreciatively and says, "Well, if you need a time, I can give you a moment before we continue this conversation, as it's about to take a pretty hard turn."
If it's easier, I can get all of the info and relay it to you all.
No, I'm perfectly fine and ready. I think the sooner we get this mission underway, the better, no matter what it is. Every breath those collectors are taking are one more than they deserve, and that many more than they have gotten over my wife and my daughter, so I'd prefer just to, pardon my language, but fucking get on with it.
She'll nod, like affirmatively, just kind of like agreeing with that. But then she'll actually soften for a moment. And again, she usually is very monotonic, but she actually softens for a bit and has that like softer tone that Frait usually speaks in. And she says, you know to remember them. The good with the bad is to keep them alive. Never stop. And then she'll kind of like, do one of those weird Drell blinks. And she'll then kind of like break away from that. And we'll change the subject and say, well, it is a bit of a tonal shift from what we were discussing beforehand for the task that's set before you. As I said before, information does not come for free. I have to make deals with some and pay others to acquire the information needed, whether it be to come across assets or those that are willing to provide assets for us to be successful in this endeavor. One such person is rather connected because of their station in the galaxy. And they have been able to make contact with, establish contacts between me and several other people of high wealth and interest and influence in the galaxy. And they have finally come to collect on their debts. They want assistance with something that they had given me a small warning about beforehand. It coincides well with your looking to acquire a ship. The client in question has a task that needs to be taken care of. To lay it in the most simplest of terms, it will be a robbery. Now, I don't want to sour the meaning behind this. It's specifically a company by the name of Binary Helix. They are going to be doing this heist from. History checks! Wade, you have advantage.
Might need it. Well, I did.
What? You did need it? You failed. You can assume, Wade, that the reason why your character isn't able to know much about Binary Helix is because you were so invested in all the other shit that was going on in your personal life.
I imagine he's half listening right now.
Yep. Okay. Strix, do you want to lucky dice
That was
before you luck
dice.
die? Okay. Oh, that was the lucky dice. Understood. Yeah. Okay.
Six
Did
was
you want
the
to luck
roll,
die?
15 is the.
You're our highest roll, so do you want to
Yeah,
luck? It's what he's
I
asking.
might. Yeah.
Every single one of us
Whoa,
rolled
whoa,
six.
whoa. Everybody got a 6 except for the lucky. It was 6, 6, 6, 6. These are all 6s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy
I
Halloween.
think roll 20 is broken.
I mean, you all roll, right? It's just
Then a
everything
19.
added up to.
A 19
But,
is the same.
Yeah. No, of course. I see the end there. But you guys all with different maths rolled 6s. That's
did.
fucking crazy. Wow.
That's a pretty big
Did you
statistical
just
anomaly.
Owen Wilson us?
Wow.
Wow.
Ka-chow.
All right. So back to you boys. So with your 19, Pat, strangely from you, you actually know who.
The one person most likely to not understand who this is, but go ahead.
No. You know it for a different reason. So Binary Helix is a human, predominantly it was a human-established, human-run company, but other peoples would have gotten involved over the years. Binary Helix is a human-established, human-run company that specifically focuses on genetic research. As a matter of fact, it was Binary
Dang,
Helix
I thought it was crypto. Damn, my money's gone.
So Binary Helix actually is the ones that created Metagel, which was illegal when it was first brought to the rest of the
That
galaxy.
was it like a medical type of like establishment, corporation, company?
It's a genetic company.
Genetic? Did they?
Metagel
Okay.
was just one of their legal products.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's how they got. So it was established. It was created by humans, and it's one of the reasons why the mortality rate in the First Contact War between humans and Taurians was so fucking small. When you look at how intense that conflict was and how the mortality rate on the human side was so small, the reason why was because humans had something called metagel, which didn't exist in the galaxy otherwise. So it didn't matter how blown apart a human was, they were more or less able to back to tank them back to life. But like over the course of a couple minutes on a battlefield, rather than them just be like, oh, my liver's over there, I'm dead now, bye. They were able to survive a lot. And then later on, because the Citadel made metagel illegal and then it was legal again, whatever, who cares? Binary Helix also did lots of other things, lots of other incredible research. There's lots of illegal genetic modifications that exist out there that in theory your characters could have been created with, or specifically Wade's character could have been created with, because of the research that they do. Whatever, keep going. Binary Helix also got their hands into a lot of fucked up shit along the way. So if you played any of the video games, you know that Binary Helix paid for a lot of the missions of things that Shepard had to go and fix. So they're just known to be involved in a lot of details. The reason why you would know about them, Pat, is because one of the researches that they were able that they got their hands on is Binary Helix actually sponsored one of the attempts to cure the genophage. Granted, you were healed after the cure of the genophage. They sponsored one of the attempts to cure the genophage. They failed. They failed.
Oh.
There are rumors.
I was gonna say, well, that was very kind of them. What fucking assholes.
There are rumors that they're now sponsoring research on ways to reenact the genophage.
Ew.
So
they might be the good guys.
And they might also... Yeah, anyways. So they have interest in Vorsha. You get the idea. So, so when she says, the organization that they want to steal from is Binary Helix, three of you guys are like, cool. Wade's character's like, that's like a human company, right? All right. So, and your character, Pat, is like, these fuckers have had their hands in some shit. I heard some rumors. So I don't know how much you would engage. Yeah. I don't know how much you would engage with the rest of the party about that.
I would
at all.
explain everything that you just told me. I wouldn't hold any of it back.
Sure.
Just for time's sake, I'll skip over it. A lot of the RP though.
Okay.
And what are we supposed to be stealing?
I'm not going to be able to answer that one for you. I'm not the one that's actually giving you the exact job. I'm going to be making you in contact with the person. As I said, they're very connected to other high-profile individuals, and so they are going in there to acquire some amount of data that they have there. I can tell you that with my interactions with this individual, that they are, I believe that their task is on the up and up. They are looking to destroy the information that's going to be stored in their servers.
And this individual, someone you trust? Or
This
they keep the credits flowing?
This individual is somebody who has put me in contact with a lot of other people that have made our task one that can be successful.
I assume you're going to tell us soon.
Who they are? Yes, I will. I'm being vague. Sorry, I'm being I'm dancing around the issue for a reason. I need to give you the information that I'm allowed to give before I have you agree to before you agree to it, and then we can move forward from there. Again, I do apologize.
Whatever it takes to be on the mission to take out the collectors, I'm in.
She will nod to that one. And again, you can see Rena as you're picking up, like, she's definitely being dodgy in this one. It's probably the most off-putting she's been since she walked in the door. Not opened it, but since she walked in the door.
Clearly there's more to it than just needing us to agree first before you tell us, so I mean, you've been honest about everything else until now. So, what is exactly is the catch here with this contact?
As I said, they've been able to put me into contact with other high-profile individuals. They themselves are high profile. And there has to be a signed and understood NDA prior to me giving you any more details.
Ready to do so. Send it over.
She will immediately OmniTool and send it over to all of your OmniTools.
Graff, without looking, signs it.
Okay.
Well, it would be better to try and think this through until just blindly agreeing to... Clearly there's more to it, but it's too late, it seems, so...
Not for you.
He signed...
Graff is gonna look over it, or Graff, fucking Strix is gonna look at Graff just immediately how fast he signed it, but he's gonna look over it just a little bit faster than how fast Graff signed it. Still with the intent of signing it, but he's gonna read the fine print.
As I said, you are all welcome to step down. I understand. I'm not thinking clearly right now, but this is something I have to do. And
You're well aware of how well you're not thinking. Maybe you should step aside, maybe take a breath of fresh air before signing things willy-nilly.
he'll like look at you to say something like he's irritated by your answer, but he'll collect himself to realize you're right.
If you look like pissed off with him, he'll just say, "I'm looking out for you as a friend." And he's very, very serious. He's not being his silly like self or whatever. He just looks genuine to you. He'll lean in just a little bit. Surely. And he'll say it just to you, to where it's not like heard by everybody else. Surely this is not how you wish to have left your daughter. This is not how you wish to be known and left your family like. No. Don't go running into suicide missions without knowing everything at play. Then he'll kind of like lean back, looking over the thing and then sign it. Is there anything that stands out by reading over the document, Scott?
Yeah, it's unfortunately your character doesn't understand legalese, but you're more than welcome to make a an intelligence check.
Graff will kind of get a wild, manic look in his eyes when you say that.
Again,
Yeah.
he meant with no disrespect, but yeah, that's fine.
I know,
Investigation.
but when you mention like his wife and his daughter to him, it's just like it's like a no button.
It's like a, yeah.
So he'll almost look crazed for a moment, like he's about to attack you, when just because you mentioned them to him. But he'll hold himself, go to say something, look at everyone else. I imagine like Zen and Frait might be looking at him with like some concern or something at this point too. And I think he'll just nod in Zen's direction and go to step off the ship to get some fresh air for a moment.
Do I see you kind of get like angry or? Is
Oh
this
yeah,
like
it's
when-
very obvious that he looks like he's like.
If I see you like actually really agitated, again he'll urge.
Well, it washes over his face after a moment. Like it's for a moment, and then
Right, right.
then the realization that what you're saying is right.
Again,
It's just
but
before he says
you
something he
leave-
regrets, he walks off.
Before you leave, he'll just be like, "Perhaps again, I urge, take a breath," and then he'll go and like,
Yeah.
look over everything.
Graff steps off to get some fresh air.
I mean, you've already signed it, so it's not like you can't unsign it or whatever.
No,
but-
he doesn't regret it either.
yeah,
but
no.
Before he says or agrees on behalf of everyone for anything else, he realizes he needs to not be in the discussion of this mission anymore because clearly he's compromised.
Once Graff's off the ship, Frait will say to Aluha, did you have that in your file?
Just to be clear, Messi, you're referring to his wife.
Yes.
Yep. She nods, still matter of fact, no emotion to it.
You, I know there's not really a good time to bring it up, but seems like a nice use of manipulation there to make him sign your paper without looking.
That's a disgusting accusation that you've just made there. As I said beforehand, I've done my research, whereas you refused to do so before you met with me. Had you done so, you would have known that I am 10 for 10 for every mission that has ever been given to me. And I am successful because I understand the parameters, the likelihoods of success and failure. And do you know what the number one likelihood of failure is? Emotions. Would you have rather him had this moment when a collector dropped in on your ship? When it attacked you from behind? When you were already losing a fight? Now he has time to process and to take his mind off of it while he's helping somebody else with their own task. There will be days in time for him to internalize this.
He nods, then he says, perhaps you can give us some time to look over these documents then.
She nods and she'll like nod in return and say, "That's fine. I'm not going to be staying on Omega. Everything can be handled electronically, but the individual involved will be here soon. I imagine they would like to collect you and leave prior to the all-out war happening here on Omega. Otherwise, you'll need to take a shuttle to join with them. Wait too long, and you might be stuck." You ask, how long do we have? She shrugs and says, "I haven't been too interested in what's happening here. Arkume might know."
Do we hand these back to you or to them when they arrive?
It's electronic.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking printed paper with like a stapler in it.
She uses the fabricator to
these
go
are-
print them off.
Once these are signed, are you able to speak more freely, more candidly?
Yes, but if you're not willing to do it right now, it will not be face-to-face. It'll have to be over communications, and so therefore, as much as I'm willing to give you more information, it'll have to be encrypted.
Can I? Okay, what was the role that you're gonna have Strix do to like look this over?
Intelligence check, because like, you know, history doesn't work, science doesn't work, you know? Ooh, that's solid. You want to lock it?
If we spend a lot of time on it, would it be investigation?
Investigation could potentially work because you're literally using the interwebs to help, in which case Messi, you in the future will be able to have advantage because of one of your tool proficiencies. But in the meanwhile, Rena, to answer your question, with your 21 intelligence check, looking them over the course, like while they were talking, half listening to what they were saying, spending maybe a couple extra minutes, whatever. It looks like it's a basic standard, like it's not like it's a particularly long document. I mean, a basic NDA is, I mean, we've all signed them before, but I want to say like 5 or 6 pages or something like that. Like NDAs aren't particularly long documents. So it's not like it's a very long one. It's more ridiculous because you're dealing with like multiple worlds or whatever. Like you're dealing with the roles of, you know, multiple governments. But again, across the board, it seems pretty fucking standard.
Not really sure what I'd be looking for in it anyway. That would be different than, I mean, it's just clearly like can't talk about the contact. Graff's already signed his, so it's not really, we're not really in a place to not sign ours, you know. And that's me talking to meta, not in game.
And you said with the 21, you got that it's basically just an NDA, right?
Yeah, like a basic NDA.
Which isn't even a commitment to do anything. It just says you're not going to reveal any of what you
Not gonna
discuss.
talk any. Yeah, not gonna talk.
So it's
about
not even a
anything,
commitment
so-
to the job. It's literally just you're not going to discuss what you hear here.
Is there any labels on it for like parties involved, like organizations or companies that are?
How do they even enforce it? Like it's not like a government's going to enforce. I don't even know how these would be enforced in this sense.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out who the recipient.
You discuss
is, I
this, we have
guess.
the right to assassinate you, and you will
Who's
be
we?
willingly assassinated.
Depends on the contact, I guess.
We can't
Again,
tell you. It's an NDA.
It's honestly, it's probably just the person funding this that they're like, hey, I'm gonna pay for your ships and all your weapons and stuff, but it wasn't me, right? wasn't me.
So
your
the
head.
NDA is enforceable by multiple governments. That's why it's like a little bit longer or whatever.
I guess my question is, normally when you get NDAs, it has like the party that's asking you to not talk about what they're going to show you kind of thing, but this is about the party itself. So like, is it just blank? Like, what is it? Does it have a name on it?
So it's literally says other party, because again, it's
Yeah, party
currently
one.
not available. It's literally
Party
you're not
A.
allowed to even know about it until blah 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 blah, right?
Right.
I guess, but then how do you know in legal, how do you know when they signed it that it was about this particular person and not someone else? If there's nothing on it about,
Because it's attached to the NDA, right? Like it's attached to that. But Messy, you're getting way too into the fucking nitty gritty about a tabletop video game. Oh, sorry, tabletop game.
I'm trying to find
the
some
simple
extra
the simple
information
fact is you're not able to know who it is or any additional details until, because this person needs to know that you're sworn to secrecy before they're willing to come forward and speak to you, right?
Okay.
Yeah, my
So,
character was
it's
just kind of
part A.
being skeptical, but like also,
'Cause
yeah.
none
gonna
of us
do
are
it,
lawyers.
So
You know?
yeah.
If you want,
so
I can call
not
up
gonna-
Dave, who was on Lost Initiative forever ago. His Twitter handle's YouTube lawyer. He's a real practicing lawyer for specifically
Yeah, and then
intellectual
if he
property
comes
rights.
back and he's like, no, there's so many holes in this thing. Don't even
Yeah.
think about signing that.
Don't sign
like,
that. Don't
no,
sign.
Don't sign it. You can't move forward. Figure something else out. Then our whole campaign's gone. So
I mean, you're just saying it's 5 pages long, so it's just like, okay. But
That's because you're covering multiple,
In-
and again, what's a fucking page when
Yeah.
you're talking about electronics of the future? Your screen is not like a standard, and it's like a standard legal
Yeah.
document printed
That's
out.
true.
It's a fucking, and it's written in,
It's standardized.
it's written in what language are you reading? Like, again.
yeah, I feel like in RP after this role, just to bring it back,
Yeah,
she'll
please.
say, it seems pretty standard to me, and we have every intention of moving forward, so there's no reason not to just move forward. And kind of gives Frait a look.
You didn't do this with the devil, and you didn't do it with the trail. I'll sign the contract too.
Cool. I was looking at a lot of different standard NDAs, by the way, and they're 2 to 3 pages normally, like written in
I don't
English.
think I've ever signed an
So-
NDA that was 5 or 6 pages.
They're usually
Yeah,
pretty short.
but again, this is like you're dealing with multiple governments. You know what I mean? This isn't just
Right.
a single government. You and I usually sign things that are going to pertain to America. So, cool. So anyways, and then luckily there's a lot of reciprocity between our government and others. But I imagine there's not much reciprocity between the Krogan and the Solarians, right? The Solarians like, no, you signed this agreement, and the Krogan's like, I'm gonna eat your liver raw. And it's like, no. Anyways, so moving on. Where were we? Oh yeah, so Rena, you signed the document. Pat already did. Wade already did. Messy, did you?
Yeah, he just said he did.
And I believe Wade said that his character more or less stormed off. Yeah.
Do Solarians have
Please,
livers?
He didn't storm off. He
Confirmed.
walked
canon.
like he looked at Strix angrily, released the tension a little bit, nodded at Zen, nodded at Strix, and then just kind of like walked away knowing he needed to.
So anyways, yeah. So once it's signed, she says, "Thank you for expediting this process. I can give you some details. Again, the rest of the details are going to come from them. The individual that you're going to be meeting with is none other than Hemlock One. Stop. Hemlock One is their name. Who the fuck is Hemlock One? I can tell you one person here that knows Hemlock One better than anybody else in this party. And it's Strix. Why? Hemlock One is only the hottest DJ in the galaxy right now that is dropping some seriously fucking fat beats. Hemlock One puts on some of the most amazing shows that are so good that even when you see the VODs of them, they are absolutely fucking top tier. They are, whoever they are, it's believed that they're an AI. They are somebody that literally uses a whole bunch of different like drones and bots and whatnot to go around and do things. Literally, Hemlock One, the name Hemlock One, is a Loki mech that goes on stage and does these performances. Like a literal Loki mech is for program.
Can someone roll me a d20 chat?
Okay, but Pat's character, all of you would have know it. Like, we all know who Hannah Montana / whatever her other alias is. But like, Pat's character has every one of her albums and knows every lyric. Go ahead.
2 means I don't have a crush on her.
Well, it's a robot,
whatever.
anyways. Hemlock One, yeah.
But I mean, I could still be infatuated with them. Now I'm just a big fan, whatever.
Yep, but you get to, so it's one of those things like you probably know, it's like you
was the
hearing
name
this Hemlock, like you think Hemlock like the plant, Hemlock One, and it's a fucking it's a Loki mech. You know what I mean? Yep.
Like, I'll question it. I'm a big fan. You'll see his whole demeanor change. The Hemlock? Wow. Do you not know?
I don't know.
Omni Tools immediately your fan pages.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Wikipedias.
Yeah,
Their
I
top
don't listen to
6
AI generated
songs.
crap. He swipes it away.
Sends it again.
Wait.
It's the MySpace page.
So it's just some.
Choose your
Rogan
next words
celebrity?
carefully. Just a what?
I
some
think
Krogan
Graff
celebrity.
walks back onto the ship at this point. Strix, what the fuck are you sending me?
Hemlock what? You could probably hear me like talking about it like from outside.
What?
Hemlock. Freaking Omni Tools. Yeah, basically their whole like DJ page and everything.
Is this mission pertinent?
I believe,
As I said-
I hope so.
As I said, it pertains to Binary Helix, and the person that you are going to be working with is, in fact, Hemlock One.
He'll actually like open
Don't-
one of the pages whenever she says it. He was ignoring it when Strix was saying it. Now he's actually going to open one.
It's like, you know, kind of like it's one of those things where like the music is.
The hottest DJ right now in the 7 systems.
You open up a video and it's like an image of Shepard dancing to Hemlock One. No.
So why don't they just back him up on a hard drive or something? I don't get. What are we escorting here?
It's, again, I don't have all the details. It pertains to Binary Helix, and what Binary Helix has inside of its databanks is something that's it's proprietary knowledge. It is secrets. Hemlock believes that there is something there that needs to be taken care of. I won't be able to.
I see.
You'll have to speak to them about this.
Well, I'm assuming since you're saying this out loud, everybody signed on board. So if we can get the contact information from you, we can get moving.
Now that you've signed on board, I've shared your contact information with Hemlock One, and they will be reaching out to you to establish your pickup. As far as I understand, you do not have a ship any longer. You can't leave dock and go anywhere. So they will collect you. And yes, I believe part of the thing is...
Stop you, but if you could just use different terminology, I would appreciate that.
I need to go get ready. And you'll just see me like just leave to go like clean, shine my hammer, use my special oil.
I'm assuming you didn't mean offense, but collecting people just doesn't roll well off the tongue.
You know, it's funny you say that, but it's literally just how the translator tool works. She used what word makes sense in her language, and the translator tool automatically does that. So when you say it back, she has to think for a couple of seconds to even understand what you're talking about, because that wouldn't have translated the same for anybody else, just you as a human. And then she's just like, "Oh, I understand. To transport you from the location you're in now to the one that you will be joining with them."
Yeah, that's fine.
Part of this agreement, you will have tickets to the show, as well as backstage passes, and
We'll hear
so
Strix
on.
from the back. What?
It is also a requirement of this task that you will make some small degree of understanding that you will be going to this show, that you will have a degree of social media presence suggesting that you are going to the show. And you are also going to have to take a degree of photography of yourself that they'll use to impose you for you to update onto your various social media accounts that you use, that you were enjoying the show while it was going on. These are, of course, going to be aliases. I don't really know much more than making sure that it's understood that you were not a part of what is going to be taking place outside of it.
Yeah, I think I understand.
Perfect. Well, then, with the understanding that you will be working with Hemlock 1, I do want to give you a small warning, and this is from my own personal experience and has nothing to do with the mission at hand, at least as far as I understand. Do any of you understand why Hemlock 1 has that name? None of you... It's up. I don't know, because like Pat's character is probably not a diehard person. So Pat, why don't you go ahead and roll a I don't know, let's say an insight check.
Sorry, Aloha, but I haven't had time to look them up and put their name in a folder.
Oh shit! Pat knows everything. He knows the lore. He knows everyone that they have dated, when and why they broke up, and which song refers to each one of them along the way.
I'm subscribed to her weekly newsletter.
So Hemlock
This
I'm
is his
is
first
subscribed to her
concert.
OnlyFans.
He was a groupie for a little while.
yeah. Hemlock. It would be awesome if you actually got into a show. But
I
anyway,
take off my suit. I've got like a t-shirt on. You look at
he's the
base of my hammer,
admin?
there's st-
he's the admin of the
He
Hemlock
runs the
1.
page.
What do you mean the
That's
admin? I'm
awesome.
the creator of the Hemlock 1 fan page. Okay.
We thought the reason that whenever we put the server on the ship, I had to draw from the weapons was because how much the server was taking, but it's really the fact that Strix was already using power to run his wiki page.
Oh my god, that's awesome. So Hemlock 1 spells their name like that. Pat, you have an insight check with a natty 20. So you actually get not only the information I wanted to give you, but with a natty 20, I have to give you the other thing. So Hemlock is a double entendre. The first one that I expected you to get with a decent roll is Hemlock isn't just their name. Hemlock also specifically refers to, the plant hemlock that comes from Earth, right? Because Loki mechs were made by humans, specifically by Cerberus. So the plant that comes from Earth, known as hemlock, is a poison to most species that exist out there. However, it is not poisonous to Turians. It's kind of an inert thing, kind of like if you were to eat a leaf, it would have be uncomfortable, but it has no medical value, whatever. But specifically Quarians, hemlock has a extra effect for them. And Quarians are known, they love the synth sounds and the fat beats that Hemlock is dropping. And Quarians oftentimes will have vaporized Hemlock injected into their enviro suits. Oh yeah. They enjoy Hemlock quite a bit. And so there are a lot of people that would know that with passing a DC of a 10. But you passed the 21.
Does that mean if
you got that
Shepard
20.
and Tally had sex after a Hemlock concert, Tally would have killed Shepard? Hemlock vapor right into his lungs?
I mean, I suppose, yeah, if she was like shotgunning him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure. But anyways, where were we? Do you want to talk about the taste of Tally's sweat, by the way, since we're on that subject? No,
I don't think we were on that subject.
no, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole because we could talk about how Tally tastes. There's like a lot of
That's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to know what Garrus tastes like?
Nerd.
Okay, sorry, chat. Sorry. I'll get back on topic. So where were we? Hemlock, if you look at the way that it's spelled in chat or in Roll20 chat, there's a reason why it's specifically spelled that way. Pat, your character can totally go full-blown conspiracy theory, what the fuck's his name from It's Always Sunny style in this one. That's actually just the word Loki mech scrambled up. Because it's literally a Loki mech. In case nobody knows what a Loki mech looks like, if you're in Discord, I'll gladly share what a Loki mech looks like for you in Mass Effect spoilers. So if you just pop into Mass Effect spoilers, I'm putting one in there right now.
They're like some of the first things you fight in Mass Effect 2, aren't they?
Yep.
You wake up.
There you go. It's a Loki mech for you. But anyways, so they
Thanks.
yeah, you're welcome. I could probably put it on.
Oh no.
I could probably put it on if you give me a second, I can collection high. I could probably put it on for stream to see as well. For all of you that are missing out on it. Let's see if this works. Paste. Ugh, and then you have to click on it. Wait, paste. No, not paste. Sorry. Up and then do .gif. Yeah, it worked. There you go, chat. Now you can see it. You're welcome.
Great.
Glad we wasted time on that one. Back to the game. So we are now that you know what a Loki mech looks like. Yeah, it literally stands for Loki mech, but scrambled up. All right, so
Looks
Pat,
like
that's
a
what you know.
CCTV camera with legs and a body.
Yep. Effectively. All right, so Pat, you know that information. Again, I don't know if you want to share anything about that, but you're aware of it.
Flashed about it. I would be like coming back from my bedroom. I rarely use just to store my weapons, gushing about everything about Hemlock 1 and all this random dumb facts that people probably don't need to know, but may be impertinent to the mission.
Cool. And all the theories about why you believe that Hemlock 1's actually an AI and so on and so forth, because like they purport themselves as, you know, it's because it's just too complicated running all those drones at once. It's got to be an AI, but AI are still illegal. So it's like one of those like fucking crazy things. Like, oh my God, we're about to work for a not person, you know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, so at this point, she's been kind of coy, even with details beyond this, because she had to make you sign a fucking NDA to find out that you were working for a galactic famous DJ. Any questions that you might have? Rena's sitting here like, I am glad I'm gone the next few sessions. So
I guess no questions aside from whatever they say, whatever Hemlock says. So that's pretty much like she gets it now. She's like, okay, it's just a celebrity. I don't know why.
Yeah, Graff
Sure.
could care even less. He's like, wow, great.
To mean just a celebrity. You do not know who and or what you are speaking of.
With the state of the galaxy, I couldn't give a shit less about some dumbass entertainer. Probably the least important fucking people out there with everything that's happening. Also, ouch from me, Graff, but that's fine. Me, you insulted, and probably all of us here, but whatever. Thanks, me RPing. Yeah, no problem. Alright. Tough crowd.
He's lost it. He's gone.
He's crazy, chat.
Well,
Okay,
someone drops a
right.
surprise, they killed your family, now you get to go hunt them, and you kind of might lose it too. I get that, but still, I'm the one playing you, so maybe shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm losing control of my character.
she just stands there watching him have a mental breakdown.
Mental breakdown.
He's like,
Well,
my
Strix is
family
having a
got taken
physical
by
breakdown.
collectors. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're over there like sobbing in the corner over like a World War I black and white picture, right? and he's over there just like grinding up on the back of Frait, just like boop, boop, boop.
Playing the
And-
latest single.
Freight's like, I can feel your quad.
They have like a
Stop.
robotic like rapper intro. It's like Hemlock
Stop.
One at the beginning of their songs that it like breaks down.
Damn, I'm not doing it very well either.
Oh,
Oh my god.
you're just like
The beat-
dry humping the ground.
Yeah.
Oh,
The beat
I'm doing the
drops
worm
and you
right
fall.
I sprained my ankle. No, how am I gonna be able to dance at the concert now?
That's awesome. Oh my god, use the bag. The bag projects music.
Oh, that's true. I could use it.
oh God.
Yeah, use the bag so you can like you guys want to hear Hemlock One? Beep boop beep. You know.
Beep, boop, 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 boop.
No. I like how everyone got upset. I just see Messi smile.
Beep, boop, boop.
Messi just goes from like to
He just forgot about that. How dare you put that back in his head now?
I don't think Scott.
His
knows-
ass gonna
Scott,
be
Do you know
Boop,
CBAT?
boop, boop, boop,
Rena had
boop,
just
boop,
deleted it
boop.
off of his phone. Now it's coming back.
Yeah,
I
he's
want
gonna
to
be
track
doing
this.
that,
I'll
like,
tell you
all the
about it
time
after
now.
stream.
Sounds great.
Oh, God. Can you imagine dislocating your knees to that song? Oof.
I'm doing it right now.
I bet you are.
Okay.
Not imagery I needed.
Moving on. So
Please.
yeah, I again, I don't know if you guys have any more questions for her on this one, but everything pertaining to her task for you, she's been very open and honest where and when she could be. Otherwise, she'd tell you, I cannot answer that. With this, however, and that was very little things. With this, however, she's just like, you work with who you need to get the job done. That kind of a thing.
Yeah. Graff has nothing left. He's ready to do the job.
Yeah, she'll thank her for the information. All right, we'll get ready then. Be ready for his call, or their call.
I know I made a stop wait emote.
I
Why
just
is it
used
that somebody else? I told people to type that, and people were like, oh, it didn't work. They said no.
It's suede.
Yeah, stop Wade, Suede, because it's smooth. Listen, Rena, if I wasn't cringe, would I be me?
You're always cringe.
Scott, whenever people tell you to be yourself, you're kind of like the exception to the rule.
Thank you.
Yeah, someone redeemed that at some point, probably.
Oh, I just want to let you know that Storm Pineapple didn't just abandon you. They explicitly made an emote to tell you to shut the fuck up before they left. So,
Yeah, thanks.
yeah, you're welcome. I was like, hey, I have an open emote slot. Let me put that in there. Let me shove it in. You're welcome.
That kind of thing.
All right, back
All
to
right,
the game.
Yeah. I have nothing. Does anyone else have anything else to say to Ulcer or whatever her name was?
Hello,
Bob Ulcer.
Udamame.
that's close.
Edamame.
Nope, I think we're all good.
All right, then she will push herself off of the workbench she's been leaning on and say, then I think we have an understanding. You're going to work for Hemlock One. Hemlock One is going to reimburse you however they see fit. Then when you come back to me, I'll have that ship for you to use. You will attack where they're transporting these ships to. And hopefully we can deal with the Chosen One and the Collectors all at once.
Understood. Hopefully they contact us sooner rather than later. I need to go restock up on some armaments and make sure we're prepared. Think about the Alliance offer. Especially if there's collectors.
She nods and says, "Oh, I am. It is And she's kind of like, again, nods, doesn't say anything else. It's just,
Don't
obviously there's
believe
like a lot, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of details, and she's just not sharing them, obviously.
And if you get word of any other collectors, please let me know.
I will. There's, one more thing I thought I could drop by. I don't know how useful it would be for you and your team, but I thought it might be helpful. Recently in a one of my skirmishes, getting information specifically for this, I came across a speed bump that needed to be removed, and they left behind a valuable asset. I'll have it brought to you. I expect in the next couple of hours. Everything worked amicably, so there's no reason why I can't provide it for you. I can't wear anything other than what I am now. Otherwise, they'll be able to detect things that have gone awry, and I can't bring extra assets home. Again, they might detect things have gone awry, so might as well leave it with you. And she will walk towards the door, and she's actually going to stop and point past the dancing Frait, who has the music still playing. No, I said Frait, I meant Strix, who still has the music playing. And she'll point at the machine that's kind of like attached to the workbench and say, "That thing is absolutely genius. Can I get the designs on that?"
For a price.
What's the price?
What would be? This is for the Metagel breakdown thing, right?
Yep.
Omnigel, yeah.
Omnigel, sorry, thank you. What would be an honest price?
Up to you. I will give you no guidance on this.
Are we meeting back up with this person later on?
Yes, in the future.
Okay, just
How much Omnigel did it cost? And that's like your manufacturing price.
I think it was 25,
work
which is
into it.
what's Omnigel cost per unit? 1,000.
1,000 if you purchase it.
So it was 20. It'd be 25,000 to sell it. If we were to sell it, Omnigel wise, it'd be worth probably about half that. So it's probably about 12,500 actually. But then on the market, it'd probably go for 25,000 just for the Omnigel cost, not for the
That's
actual.
for the plants,
actual
right?
labor.
Yeah, not the schematics mean probably they're worth more than a single unit, I'd imagine. So
Yeah.
somewhere between 10K and 30K, probably, whatever your brain tells you.
Yeah, I would say if you were selling this, going based off of what Wade was saying there, 35 to 45K is an appropriate number for like selling the device, because you would fabricate it for less than that with the Omnigel, right? So yeah, that's a decent price to purchase the object, but we're talking about the schematics.
Let me think of a good price, and next time I'll see you, I'll have a good price for you.
She just nods and leaves. Now you guys can discuss amongst yourselves.
I once again put us in a compromising position. That's twice in one day.
It's fine. I I didn't expect it to be so. Well, I wasn't expecting like a celebrity. I thought it was maybe somebody else. Kind of giving Strix a look or glancing at him and then being like, I should probably not say too much.
Use your words carefully.
Hmm.
I will snap your neck if you diss my lady.
Not trying to
My
make the
AI.
Krogan mad. Bill was trying to be on the safe side.
In response to her?
No. I guess if I had to. None taken. None of you are cultured.
Ah,
No, I suppose not when it comes to musical robots.
It makes sense that I'm saying this because I'm literally the angsty teen on board.
That's honestly true. That's fair.
Y'all are mid.
That's cap.
Bet.
Bruh, come on, G.
Think
Yeah, he would
G's
just
too
say that you guys
millennial.
are uncultured.
G's too what? Wade doesn't know how to use G.
G's too millennial.
Oh. We're post-millennial. Come on, Z. Got it.
Nice.
It's physically hurting me.
God, I sent you a ping. If that's cool, dog.
Frait will
Discord.
to Graff will say, you're a good soldier and you're a good pilot, but you need to learn how to keep your emotions in check.
Look, I know you're not entirely wrong, but you're still relatively fresh. There's some things that you can personally experience and you'll never shake once whenever you encounter that thing again or you go through that experience again. But there's certain people and attachments you can form that there's no keeping something in check when that surprisingly dropped on you. The collectors,
Yeah, well,
do you know how they operated? Do you know what happened with them?
my time at the academy started after.
I'm not sure how close you are with family or friends or anyone outside of people on this ship, but the closest bond you can form, imagine that. Imagine it twice over. Imagine leaving that bond to go fight an enemy whenever the people you are most supposed to protect, you're leaving behind. And that enemy you're going to fight, they fly over the planet your family's on, and they send down swarms of, well, probably kind of like the swarm we encountered of little nanobots or whatever. They fly in, and maybe kind of like a bee, sting you, and you're paralyzed. Can't move. Your daughter, your brother, son, father, whoever across from you also can't move. And then a bunch of beings drop in, they gather you up, leaving the place looking exactly how it was when you were able to move moments ago, in the middle of cooking dinner, sleeping, whatever.
I understand the horrific nature of it.
If you told me that I need to keep my emotions in check, you don't. You don't know what it's like to go back to your house and see everything exactly how it should be. Your family excited for you to come back and visit, preparing something for you. Your daughter's bed unmade when you know she makes it every day, trying to make her papa proud because he's a military man, knowing she didn't have a chance to make that bed because she was taken and liquefied. I know I was out of line, but I will be every time they're brought up. And no matter how much training I have, how much discipline I have, there's certain things I can't get over. And that's one of them.
You're upset and you miss them. And he nods. He says, Just don't lose yourself in those memories.
They were everything to me. Everything. And there are times where if I don't look at a picture, I can't even picture them in my mind because they've been gone so long.
Sorry.
My daughter would be 7 or 8 years older than Strix. She wanted to fly too. And you know, I never took her up. The only experience she ever got going to space, that she'll remember anyway, is with the collectors. She was too young to remember whenever we settled. I have a lot of ghosts and skeletons in my closet, and they are all traced back to the collectors and the reapers. So,
Graff, I don't mean to be crude, but if you don't think you can handle yourself on this mission, we can discuss that.
no. I am very capable of fighting collectors.
And doing your job and making it out alive. Can you promise that?
I will do my best to, as I always do.
I'll take your best.
We got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of bad in the galaxy, and if the collectors are resurfaced in one place, they've resurfaced in more than one. This isn't going to be a suicide mission to take out a handful of what's probably a much bigger threat. Now, if it comes down to getting on a collector ship and having to decide whether I blow myself up with the ship or give the ship a chance to leave, then you're damn fucking right. I'll blow myself every single time to get rid of that goddamn ship. Wait, I said an oopsie.
Alright, sorry, that one cut me. That one caught me. Unprepared. Sorry.
Up. Blow myself up.
Right. No, I got that. Strix was the one laughing, by the way.
My entire
was-
life after the Reaper War and even at the end of the Reaper War was dedicated to taking down the collectors because they took everything from me, and that is still a built-in and ingrained part of me. And I will not put you all in a compromising position for that. But if I think that sacrificing myself would do the galaxy a greater good by taking out a giant amount of collectors, I would do it. But I will not make that decision for you all. Now that I know what we're getting ourselves into, I can prepare a little bit better, mentally and physically.
We all
But,
can.
I won't apologize for loving my family, but I do apologize for it affecting me and you all.
No one's asking for the first one. I'm not looking
No,
for an
but that's what's
apology.
compromised me, and that's what will probably continue to compromise me. And I'm just being honest about that.
Frait has, obviously, he looks like he has more to say, but he knows now is not the time. So he's nodding. He just says, perhaps we'll pick this up another time. We should get ready.
If you all have any desire to talk about things, I've not brought it up because, quite frankly, I didn't find it to be anyone's fucking business. But at this point, it is mission relevant, and I'm asking you all to trust me with your lives in battle against a foe that I know is very capable, on top of the foe we also know has experimental mechs and all kinds of other shit, and a Prothean leading the way, and who knows what technologies they developed along with that Prothean's help. We are in over our heads 8 ways from Sunday. But if anything about my wife Haley or my daughter Caitlin can help you all feel more comfortable, then feel free to ask. And yes, Strix, my name was Nelson Graff, but I've not been called Nelson since my wife called me that. I've just been Graff ever since, because only the military man survived the Reaper War. The husband and father died.
You might believe that to be the case, but it's not true. You're the same person.
Well, if that's the case, then the military man got him killed. I should have been there. I should have been there. Would it have done a damn bit of difference? Probably not.
Frait looks at the other two, like nods towards Graff, like say something.
Help?
She's like, in her brain, she's like, as much as I want to help, I don't want to help you, Frait. You dug this hole yourself. You can get out by yourself.
Jesus.
Oh,
That's.
You're gonna let
I was like,
Graff drowned just to spite me.
Zeddy's
I'm not
thinking
gonna do
about. Zeddy's thinking about. Okay, what was that? Chapter 17. Letting others know you're in charge. How do I?
She's not referencing a book. She was just listening, that's all.
The LI book in your comic
The
is what he's talking
LI
about.
book.
I'm trying to think of like what Strix would say. Your story is touching. A soldier that's trying to find some solace in all that has happened in his life. I respect it. You seem to be living too much in the past, but I feel if the tables were turned for me, I don't know how I would find a way to live in the future and the present. So I don't blame you. Know that you're not alone. You have a whole team here. You have your crew.
It's just one day at a time, one mission at a time. The next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
That's pretty much been the last 20 years of my life. No different this time. It's just finally the enemy I've been looking for.
I won't sugarcoat things and say it'll get better. Rarely
won't.
does in this type of world.
And if I killed every collector out there, it wouldn't bring my family back. I also understand that. Doesn't change my hatred for them. And maybe a lot of it, some therapist would tell me is me blaming myself and all that kind of shit, but I don't care. I just know what kind of threat they pose, and if the Reapers come back and there's already collectors here waiting for them to team up, like I said, I've seen firsthand what they can do. And if them collecting sentient beings means that they're either making more Reapers or powering themselves up or whatever else, all the more reason to stop them, right?
Exactly.
Should get to the bottom of that.
Another interesting tidbit is she mentioned that the technology's already out there to shield Reaper tech. So while we're on the ground, might be something worth keeping an eye out. If we're missing any of the relevant data for our own research purposes, maybe we can get something from there, help finish off the code. Again, I don't like the idea of trusting people researching Reaper tech, but if there's a safer way to do it, or at least to protect ourselves, if we have to go up against the Reapers or something have you, like, you know, maybe there's a way to incorporate in our Omni tools or our armor or something. I don't know. There are good uses and bad uses. And rather than focus on my family and the emotional part, I think it'd be better for all of us to focus on the mission. We gotta meet this robot, rob a place, whatever. But once we're on the ground, we gotta be more prepared for these mechs to pop up, collectors, ground assault troops of collectors, who knows what rank and file and groups they'll have at their disposal. I know a bit about them, but with all of my hatred, I know very little about actually encountering them and fighting them. As much as I pursued and tried, I was pretty much always a step behind. But this new base, again, could have all kinds of Prothean tech, Reaper tech, mech tech, collector tech, who knows what we're up against. And again, if you all are not comfortable going in on this, don't let my personal vendetta drag you in as well. It's something I have to do, but you don't.
We're still here, aren't we? Almost like cutting you off. We're not backing down from this just because we're a little scared.
Maybe you should. Not backing down from this is what cost me my family. You all don't have to walk that path, is what I'm saying. You have a choice.
Yeah, well, and we made our decisions.
And she gets kind of like frustrated, which might be a little surprising because usually she doesn't.
We're here. We're going to fight with you. We're going to... We've already had this discussion. We want the same things. Just because it's hard doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. But you're right. We should focus on the mission. I think maybe we should try to do some more research. Looks at Frait. Maybe we can look into what we have, what we found. See if there's anything that we can, any more we can learn. Prepared for what we're going into.
Well, I know we just spent most of our money getting the ship worked on, but any extra funds that we have lying around, investing in equipment, upgrading shit, restocking on grenades and such, highly recommend we do that. This will probably be as bad of any fight we've ever been in.
Well, might as well do it while we've got the day. And while things seem relatively neutral.
We don't know when Hemlock's gonna reach out. But I can't shake the feeling that someone was watching us yesterday when or a few hours ago, I guess. Time's weird. When they sent us that video. I don't know if I'll be able to track them down, but I do want to try to follow up on that while we have time.
We could have brought it up with, I guess any of them.
That's not too.
That's kind of what I figured, but
I'm gonna scout around and see what the blood pack's up to. If I can find that person. It'll help kill some time too.
be careful with the blood pack. They're a lot of dumb grunts, but if they're run appropriately, they can be dangerous as fuck.
He nods as he's like gearing up, and he says, if anyone wants to join me, feel free, but otherwise, you can come in.
I need to restock on some supplies and maybe look into modifying weapons or armor a little bit before we go in and fight the collectors. I want to make sure I'm as prepared as possible.
Likewise.
I may not have too much money, but won't do us any good to save it if we're dead.
How much Omni do we have, Strix?
I'm the one holding the tank.
Oh, Graff.
No,
Whatever
we
we
all
have on our
each-
persons, plus this tank's pretty much full. So probably what, a dozen plus 45-ish? 55, 57.
Okay, when I return, I might do something with one or two of those. Otherwise, feel free to use it.
All right. Be safe out there. I'm gonna go.
He nods.
I don't know, either go shopping or just go decompress, I guess. I've done a lot of compromising things with this group today, and I just want y'all to know, after this mission, if you all decide, but whatever y'all decide, I fully respect it, whether I should be a continued part of operations or if I'm too much of a risk. I do realize that if I were in your shoes, I'd be like, fuck that guy, let's probably move on. So
You have a
At this
funny
point-
way of thinking that we don't want to join you for these missions.
less about the join and more so about the making decisions without consulting everybody or based off emotions and other such things.
At this point, you'll hear the back door open as Frait leaves.
Well, I'm gonna go prepare.
Yeah, she'll nod to the two of you. And probably, yeah, like start going to do some research, like she mentioned before.
All right.
So we split up, huh?
Well, I mean, I think three of
It
us are
sounds
still
like we're
on the
taking a
ship.
break, kind of a thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who stays on the ship?
Graff's there for now.
Fix
I do
is there.
as well.
I at least want to go and buy like
Split up.
a grenade.
Go next room over.
Yeah. I at least want to go buy like a grenade. I don't remember our equipment, what we modified with Omnigel versus what we've modded. But I probably want to look
you
at.
found one item. I think it was a gun that you found, Wade, off of a sniper that was modified with Omnigel, and Messi modified one of your guns with
Messi
Omnigel.
modified the Vindicator. He gave it more
And
range.
that's it so far, correct?
And they can be modded multiple times, right?
So the way that the let's make sure we're using the correct words, because one is our homebrew and one is the campaign.
One can be modified
Mods-
multiple times.
Mods go into there, and customs or customizations are what Messi
Customization.
does. Yes.
Yeah.
So my rule for the customizations is we have a list for how much it costs. Messi can do a number of customizations equal to his proficiency bonus. And so every 10 Omnigel something costs, that takes up one customization slot. So his proficiency bonus is 3, and I think you only have one customization. And how much Omnigel did that cost?
I don't remember.
I want to say it costs 10, but I could be mistaken.
think
It's
it
in
costs
our
10.
chat and pinned.
Cost 10 to do the
Okay, so it'd be 20 for the next customization.
short range by 50%. Cost 10. That's what I did.
Not exactly. So here you have 2 more slots, if you will, and it could be a single 21 or it could be 2 10 ones.
Gotcha. Okay.
Or you
Is there
can
a list of
upgrade
those
your
somewhere?
car.
Is that?
Yeah, it's in our
Yeah,
it's pinned in
in roll
our
20.
Oh, is it in roll 20 as well? Cool.
Yeah, it's under items/effects.
Cool. I have it in Discord as a pins thing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so right now your range
I
is
can look at
increased by
this
50.
stuff off stream, and we can do this kind of stuff like off stream, and then if we need to roll anything, start it off by rolling. But I can do this off stream if there's anything. 'Cause
I have
know-
one more important RP to do, but that's just one more important
Yeah.
RP, and we have time for that. So
Rena, is this your last session for a while?
hence one more
It
important
is,
RP.
yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I want to make sure we have
But we-
time for that. So
But I'm going to do one thing at least before that, which pertains to what it is that you guys are looking at. So Wade, you can look at that during stream, after stream, whatever it is on the side. But first, so when an hour and a half passes for whoever's still on the ship, when somebody does approach the ship and kind of like there's a delivery being dropped off. It's one of those things where like a box is left outside the ship and like boop, like a buzz goes off, and you guys go to check it out and there's literally just a fucking box there. And you're like, who checks the box to make sure it's safe? Okay, Strix, go ahead and roll me an engineering check. Or an investigation. Investigation check.
I'll be lucky in that.
God.
Nice.
Want to luck? You're lucky?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Awesome.
I'm
Originally, I
lucky
was
on
going to
both of
say,
my luck, though.
with your original roll, I was going to say it's bombed. It's like trapped. It's strapping.
Figured it would
But
be.
but now you know, nah, it's clean. It's safe. You're clear. You're good to go. This is likely the package that she said she was going to have delivered. And so grabbing the thing easily for you, picking it up and hoisted it into the ship, you guys are able to open it up and look inside. And you can see what's inside there is a suit of armor, like a legit full suit of body armor. Looking it over, it's pretty light body armor. Checking it out. And then to make this simple instead of being obnoxious with y'all, I'm going to put this inside of Twitch chat so all of you can click on it as you'd like, including viewers. There you go. And that is the armor that you guys come across.
Can't help but look like this looks like armor for Wade and not my Krogan.
It's
Well,
light armor can be
armor
worn
would
by
be-
literally anybody. Anybody.
Yeah.
Like so when I say anybody, Pat, I mean like I don't know what armor your character is currently wearing, but you get the ability of adding your dexterity plus your constitution score as your base armor. Like
I
so if you're
also get-
naked,
I get more armor if I'm not wearing armor. I get something else if I'm not wearing any armor.
that's what I'm saying. Like if you're doing the whole Krogan naked thing, you get to take
Yeah.
advantage of that. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is.
So-
Okay.
Yeah, even if you're wearing a light armor, you could choose to do the Krogan thing instead. But so anybody can wear this. But when the N7 actually finished getting redeemed by chat, so and it's a rare item. Yeah, it's a rare item comes in, and so stuff like this isn't stuff that you can just buy at a store. Like full suits of armor and pieces of sets and so on and so forth. All that stuff can't just be found at a store. You have to find it because the DM gave it to you or so on and so forth. The chat actually redeems this. So everybody knows it is this is the scavenger armor. It is a rare suit of light body armor. Body armor meaning it covers 3 of your pieces at once. So it's your arms, legs, and chest all at once. It gives you +6 grenade capacity, which is useful for literally everybody here. +8 thermal clip capacity. That's not necessarily useful for everybody, but it can be. The 2 additional weapon slots is useful for everybody. Less so for Wade, but still useful for everybody. And the +4 metagel is, again, useful for everybody. Like across the board, this is solid armor.
Wait, is that +4 on what normal armor would have? Because normal armor has
Yes.
4, right?
That means
Wow.
8.
I'm gonna pee
Yeah.
real quick because he's been sleeping on my lap. I put him down. He's still sleeping. I'm gonna pee.
You're good.
Do you have mods in your armor, Messi? Rena, I know got
Yeah.
special armor.
Yeah, I have armor, but it's got mod slots, nothing in it. So I think I could use this. If
I
you
think
guys
this
don't
makes sense for you. The grenade capacity should be great for me, but I can also make grenades and throw them with Omnigel.
mind. Yeah.
The reason I lean toward you is I know you have a variety of weapons you try to carry around, and the additional weapon slots might be good for you. And you're a little bit squishier than I am, so having that additional metagel might come in handy. 'Cause I feel like
Yeah,
Rena's armor is
and-
pretty badass.
And the grenades are good for me because I carry an extra 1, but this will put me at 10 instead of 4.
Yeah, and
I
I would
like
love to
grenade.
be able to carry more grenades, but I
My
feel like,
bonus is on that, but yeah.
and I don't know how much heat your weapons have, but maybe I don't know if you maybe burn through thermal clips faster than I do. I'm usually okay on thermal clips.
One of my weapons uses heat, the other one vents, but this would be
Okay,
good
so, yeah.
for my pistol and my sniper. Yeah.
And the
It's also
bonus-
good to have extra that your party brings with you in case you're removed from your ship for long periods of time, so you can share with the party.
Yeah.
Because you can go
Yeah.
and like hand it, you know?
Yeah, we can
And as
give
far
it
as
to
the set bonus,
Tyler
like
next week.
that would obviously be good for everybody. I don't know when, if it'll come in handy, but it might.
It's
But
if you have the helmet. You have to have
we
the
don't
helmet.
have the helmet.
Correct.
Wait,
Yeah, that
what?
actually has the set bonus of scavenger armor. It's 2 of 2. You only have 1 piece. There's a scavenger helmet as well that allows the other thing to work.
There's a scavenger helmet,
Correct. Yep.
and that's something we will never be able to find, I assume.
That's not necessarily true. You can absolutely scavenge it up. Aha! Technically speaking, anybody who has technically speaking, Wade's character can create specific pieces too. He just has the schematics for it, which is easier to come by and so on and so forth. So you can absolutely have it. Yes. This is a thing that can happen. This is like playing Diablo. You eventually can get the whole set.
I'm
So-
not going to be very loud. He's sleeping. This-
Oh, good.
You're good, bro.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense for your character to take it messy.
Okay, well he's out right now, but when he gets back, he'll be like, "Holy shit,
That
thanks,
sucks
guys."
for you. I'm taking it.
Okay, you can wear it. It's a little tight on you, but you can wear it.
It's okay. I need to look good for the concert.
I like to imagine it's actually sized for Frait, but he tries to squeeze into it and just like rips the pants.
So it'd probably be set for a human shape, you know, like a human size. So Drell tends to be particularly slender, so it's one of those slight modifications, pulls it in so it fits
God
him.
dang it, forensic beat good. I
Anyways,
see everything.
and then as a reward that I want to give for just
All
that
four?
absolute top-notch RP that happens there, inside the box there is a rather beat up gun that happens to be sitting inside there. It looks as though it's been through quite a bit. But picking up, like looking at the gun, like picking it up, you can see that there's a small data pad like sitting on top of it. You pick it up, like press the buttons, like there's a message appears. We see this all the time in the video games. Press a button, and like a little message appears, and it says, it's in rough shape, but with a spit shine and a couple of mods, figured it might help you in the next fight. And then, you know, it has like a no name, like what's her name again? Because it has a U at the bottom. Sorry, it has an N at the top, says that line, and then has a U at the bottom.
Am I
Oh,
dumb?
sorry,
Or what
it's-
does that mean?
I didn't
For you,
I
dude.
didn't say what it is because I'm a fucking idiot. I'm
I
popping this
was-
inside of chat.
I was waiting. I'm like, what is
Oh,
it?
The N
N
is
for
Nelson.
And
her name will start with a U. Okay, I keep thinking
Yeah.
Akami is the person, but
Dude, this is really cool. I got a sniper rifle,
Ursula.
guys.
so this the Crusade sniper rifle
Aloha.
is a Turian made rifle. If anybody has proficiency with like the whole like proficient with oh wait, no, you have to roll for this. So you have to roll a history check to know the details about this gun. Nice.
Who rolled?
Anybody else?
Am I rolling too?
Everybody can.
I'm not there.
That's fine.
Rena's not here. I could roll 4 if you want.
You're welcome to.
All right.
I'll do this just to make you feel good, Scott. Oh wait, shit, we actually had one.
Haha.
Damn it.
Yeah, forensic redeemed one. That's 7
Thank
minutes
you,
ago.
Forensic. I used it to get a 13.
That's Zenestthea.
Damn it.
Okay, so everybody is able to know what it is that that the gun is.
Yeah, it's mine.
You all passed. So it was fabricated. So the Crusade gun is actually not a particularly old model. It was created during the Reaper War, specifically, by Taurians, specifically for fighting Reaper creatures. So it has that, when it says the synth organic enemies, this is referring to things like
Like
collectors
husks.
and husks and so on and so forth. So it's actually a really good a weapon for fighting things like husks and collectors and those
That
kind of
really
like Reaper
sucks that
enemies.
Freight's not here because now it's mine.
Well,
I don't
it's not
want it.
for Frait. Yeah,
But for-
Frait already has 2
It said
sniper
N on
rifles.
it.
Yeah.
When are you
Actually,
gonna be
did-
sniping? I think you'd be like,
Yeah,
Pulling it point
honestly,
blank.
this is probably for Zenestthea. Which
well,
is
no, it says
sucks.
N. The note said N, which is Nelson, which is my character.
No,
Oh,
let's give it to the person that's not going to be here for like a month.
you see the data pad, and you
She's
just
like-
like crunch the data pad, and you're like, this is for
I'll eat it.
Zenestthea.
I'll eat it.
She-
I could sell
she's-
this.
You could.
She's not even proficient with sniper rifles either, which is funny.
You're like, Zen, this is for you. And she's like, oh god, it's so heavy. I don't know if I could.
He's like, oh, I don't want it. Graff can have it.
Strix like, oh no,
Was it?
anyone
Definitely.
else? I mean, it was for me to sell.
I
Um,
wouldn't, even if I had a sniper, I don't think I would use it. So, I mean, yeah, going to you is fine.
Scott, we did sell my old sniper, right? The Mantis that I had. We sold that for Omnigel, I think, a couple of sessions ago. Is that right?
thought you
Forever ago. You have 2
Okay.
sniper rifles, Messy.
Yeah, it's still on my sheet. I was just marking it off. I have the custom one, and then I had the old one too. But I just want to.
Correct. You have a
Put
special
0
and the
next to
custom.
it.
Correct.
Yeah.
How many mods does this have on it?
So it's a standard
Mod
one, so it
slots.
has 4 mod slots.
Gotcha. Okay.
It just has no mods in it. That's why it says like it's rather used, but give you some time to spit, shine, and modify it. Kind of a thing.
Cool. And not for Graff.
Ah.
And for anybody else.
And for anybody whose name doesn't begin with an N. Oh, Strix, here you go, man.
Pretty much.
All right, cool. So, like I said, that meta, that was me rewarding some top tier RP in game. There was like a little note and dropping the leaving the gun behind for you with the armor that she found on somebody she killed. So,
I'll
By
take
the
it.
way-
That's the closest I've come
Is
to
there a
crying
hole
during
in it?
RP since I played Norm.
ooh, oh, yeah, that's right. Since you had your extramarital relationship, a playing character, of course.
Oh.
That's what I tell Brittany too. I'm like,
I
no,
don't think
baby,
Norm was
no,
married.
seriously. I was role playing with her. It was just being her dungeon master.
Only till like 7 in the morning some nights.
Oh.
I heard a squeak
Nothing?
when you licked your finger. I heard a squeak when you went over your head.
Oh no, I was making my hair look gelled and nice.
I heard a rubbing noise.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Very discreet.
You can see the hair. I like it's like a gel. I just wanted to make sure it was nice and fluffed up to make sure I looked nice. Good old Norm L guy, one of my favorites.
He's back.
Had the strange
Norm's
way
the
of
one who
speaking.
died in this armor.
All right. So, chat, as we're getting back into RP for the other thing I want to do. I don't know if you guys are RP. Wait, before I say I was going to say, did you guys want to say anything around this equipment beyond what was already discussed?
Well, so Strix went and grabbed the box. What does Strix say to us about it?
Seems there was a note left saying this was left for N. I believe this was left for you, Graff.
Yeah, she seemed particularly fond of my first name. No matter how much research you do, whatever, it's fine. It's a good weapon. Probably good for what's coming. Shit condition, though. I'll have to see if Frait can clean it up a little bit.
Some armor in here too.
Yeah, it looks a little small for you and a little thin for my liking. Zen, you, well, you look pretty set.
Yeah, I think I'm good with the armor that I have.
Guess
The
we'll see if
armor that
Freight's
you all
interested in it.
crafted me earlier still works well.
Do we need to roll anything about the armor, Scott, or do we know what it is?
You know what it is. Yeah. You guys, you're familiar with the set. Well, you can just see it on there. Like, oh, there's a spot for this. There's a spot for that. Like, you just know. The gun was just about the history of it and why
There's
it would
some
be
good-looking
significant.
equipment, though. Damn. Well, unless we want to go get our noses in fucking Omega business, which all of a sudden seems a lot less important to me. I think we restock, retool, and get ready for what's coming.
Agreed.
And with that, Scott, we can, unless anyone else wants to do anything specific, we can fast forward to the stuff you wanted to bring up.
Okay. Awesome. So you guys get that equipment, put it onto your persons. Messy, definitely with your character, we're gonna go over like what kind of grenades and whatnot they're gonna be inside there. Because like I said beforehand, we're gonna more or less count next session as like the refuel that we get from Patreon doing the refuels. So I'll check Patreon after the session is over, let you know. But more or less like you get to have, because of the support from Patreon, I'm pretty sure you get to have all those grenade slots auto-filled for you and everything too. They're like a lower mark, but they're still fucking nice to have. And then I think
Definitely.
your subclass increases how many grenades you can hold by 2 anyways, doesn't it?
I'm at 4. I'll have to double check if it goes.
Yeah, because normally armor can only hold 2, and
Is it
you
by
hold 4.
proficiency bonus, or is it
No,
just a
no,
flat
it's
two?
literally, it's 2, and then
Okay.
your class gives you 2 more, Wade has an armor mod that allows him to carry 2 more, I think, so he has 4 right now. So, Messi, you're going to go up to, I think, 8 pieces, 8 grenades. Yeah. Oh, plus 6. Holy shit. You're going to be carrying 10 grenades you're going to be carrying. And I'm going to autofill that for you because of Patreon.
I'm gonna be
I
hot
think.
honest. I don't think Messi's ever used an actual grenade. Have you? You
He
did
throws
Bunch of
them.
times.
throw. Yeah, he doesn't detonate.
No, he's done that a bunch of times. Like, that was actually part of the scene. Like, well, granted, we only showed Wade's character throwing the grenade in the
He
comic.
exploded one big one that we got.
But if he has 10
That
of
was a
them
good
on him,
grenade.
he'll definitely do it more often, right? Especially if there are alternative grenade
Can you-
options. Like,
Can you take all 10 grenades and duct tape them all together and make one big nade?
No, that's illegal.
we call that a grandsnade. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. So, back to the game, and thank you for the raid. Back to the game. So yeah, Rena, your character actually is going to while you guys are preparing, so the next day comes by, and you already know it's the next day or the day after that you're going to be contacted by this person that's you're going for the job for, that you signed the NDA for. And you're actually going to get a hail onto the, like a message to you saying that they want to speak to you privately. This is from Dominion.
I was like, from who? Okay.
Dominion.
Yeah, sure. So she'll go to, I guess, her area.
And this is going to be Commander Alina specifically that's reaching out to you because she's like the better contact that you have over there. So comms open up and she says, Zenestthea, you look well. I imagine things have gone well with our Kome then.
Yeah, you could say that. It's been enlightening to say the least.
This is audio only, not video. I said you look.
I was gonna say.
I was going to say,
look.
are you well?
Look if
Because
you
it's
see
actually
me
an
through.
upgrade for a ship to be able to see. Sorry. She says, are you well? And then
Yeah.
you say, sorry.
Yes, she'll say yes. Yeah, it's been enlightening to say the least. That's what she said.
There is a not stifled laugh. Like there's like a very poignant pause where you're like, I know that reaction. She thought that was funny. Like, so there's a you just can't see the face, right? But there's a very poignant pause. And then she says, well, I hope she's able to help you as much as I'm sure she requires you to help her. So if things are going well, I'm glad to hear it. As for whatever tasks you're handling right now, I was wondering if your presence there is entirely needed still, at least at this moment.
Has something come up?
Yes, and not a small something either.
All right. I mean, I admit that it's not the best time, but if this takes precedence.
I'll give you a little information. You can decide. Obviously, you know where our primary ship happens to be located. We've been doing a little bit of research when it comes to the station left behind by the Protheans. There have been a couple of hiccups. Some of the Reaper tech left behind has been affecting a few of the people that are here. It's hard to differentiate between who's impacted and who isn't. I'm going to be honest with you, Zenestthea. I don't know if I myself have been impacted. I've been having dreams too. And I don't know if those dreams are because of the horrors that I've had to see in the past few weeks, or if because I'm being impacted. You are a clean person. You've been here. You've seen it. And you yourself are not currently being affected by the technology. I would like to have you come by, Knots, to the space station, meet us in our own system, come aboard the ship, inspect a few people, get your honest opinions. Whoever you think is clear, we're going to need to lead a team in. We have to contain the outbreak. We have to stop this from affecting anybody else.
Those who are affected need to distance themselves, though I'm sure you already have done so.
We have, but I need clean eyes, and I need them from somebody I can trust.
All right. Let me get back to you, though. This is really important. I understand.
She says, just get back to me as quickly as you can, because as soon as you say yes, I can put through a command that I have set. Once more, part of the reason why I'm reaching out to you specifically, it's not just that you're familiar with the region. It's not just that I trust you. It's also, we've come across some more of that stuff, that goo. And I thought maybe you would have a little bit more insight to it. The research that was done in the lab before, unfortunately, one of our affected staff caused an incident. We've lost an entire ship and portions of another one. We are lost data pertaining to it, but it seemed as though you were able to utilize that that goo in a beneficial way, maintaining it as like almost like a shell that's inert on you. I'm hoping that we can replicate this.
An entire ship? Wow.
She's just like thinking.
It was a science vessel, corvette in size. 3 dozen lost.
Okay. Yeah. I understand. This
And then she said, for a response, don't reach out by this channel. Just send me an encrypted message, and with your response, and I'll know. Either way, where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Currently, I'm on Omega.
Again, if you let me know, I will have a transport arranged for you. May the goddess watch over you.
She'll end the communications after that, and then probably go and meet up with Graff and Strix, and then maybe get, well, I don't know. I was gonna say get Frait on comms, but I don't know if that's the best idea since he's out and might be being watched. So she'll just talk to Graff and Strix for right now.
Sure.
I have some bad news.
Galaxy's
Great.
full of it.
Unfortunately. The commander contacted me. Apparently things are not going well at the space station.
The one that we
reaper
were
tech
on?
Yeah. The tech that's left behind is starting to affect some people. Like we imagined it would.
I was hoping most of that got purged. Well, shit, what are we supposed to do?
Well, she's asked me to come and assist. As I'm still with the Dominion, this is something I have to do. Though, it does leave us in a kind of a bad spot.
I understand when my clan asks me to do something, I'm asked to do it urgently as well. Probably not to the same extent of what you're going through, but
Well,
I'm going to
there's-
fight the collectors because it's something I have to do. If you need to go help your people because it's something you have to do, I have nothing but respect and understanding for that. And I would be there by your side if it weren't for the collectors.
Well,
I guess we're
Seeing as it's-
contractually obligated. Is that the right word?
that was
Good
just
enough.
an NDA. I won't talk about it. But seeing as this is also about the space station and the Reaper tech definitely important. Can't be left alone for too long.
How are they gonna get you there? They know we don't have a ship at the moment, right?
She'd send me a transport. There's
How
also
long would it be gone?
an issue with the substance that we found and the one that my armor is made of. They're trying to replicate that process, and unfortunately that went worse. Quite a few were lost to that, so they're needing to look it over and see if they can't figure out where they went wrong. So, multiple reasons, but definitely the most important being to see if I can't help contain some of the Reaper tech.
Do you need Frait and Strix to go with you?
I mean, there's already quite a few. Sorry, there's a large team. They're sending more. Seems that she just wants me, and I don't want to take them away from this.
Sounds like she's got herself handled, Graff.
I know. We had experience on the station. We have some of the information from those terminals and whatnot, and
You're protective of the crew. I totally respect that, but it does sound like they're going to be protecting her with as much as she's probably going to be well protected more than we are.
collectors,
She
Reaper
kinda slang
tech,
Oh, I
Reaper
know
tech.
it's not a fun combination, but I would pay to be in her situation than our situation 9 times out of 10.
I'm not trying to leave. I just want you to know.
No, I
Understand.
understand. I would say you owe me something, but you already do.
But
That's
look, to you, I've already paid that off.
whatever. We wrap this up before you're done, Zem. We'll be out there. And if you need anything, reach out.
I'll let you know.
If it weren't
And
for this
I'll-
shit we're already entwined in, we'd be with you right now.
It's best if you guys see it through. I'll talk to Frait when he returns. Let him know as well.
Sounds good. How long are they meaning to keep you?
I don't know.
I'll stay in contact.
Go over some of the stuff with Freight. Maybe he still has some of the knowledge from the terminals and stuff. Maybe some of that information could help you out there.
Good point.
Definitely.
Anything else you need, go ahead and take. I'm sure if we're getting a ship for the upcoming mission, they'll stock us up on the other stuff we need too. So
They did say that they would include the food.
I don't. Yeah, sure.
She didn't officially answer that.
I know she didn't. He's being hopeful right now. Okay.
Maybe bring some food just in case.
Oh, you know I stay stocked.
Yeah. We'll miss you out there, but like I said, I'm doing this because I have to, and if I was in your shoes, I'd do that because I had to as well. So, no judgment from me.
The more we can keep this from spreading, the better, I think.
They send over another
Yes.
NDA. He says like half
No.
jokingly. Well,
It is kind of, well, it is my fault that it all still exists anyway, because it convinced the VI to keep it.
we all thought that was the right choice. That's not on you. We could have flown off that station and blown it out of the sky, but we didn't. That's on all of us.
Still could be useful. They still
Agreed.
could find a way to...
Be safe out there and don't get lost up in the politics.
Yeah, I won't leave without talking to Freight, and then after that, I guess as soon as they can send a transport.
All right. I'm gonna awkwardly go back over here now.
Yeah, I have to pack.
He'll walk with you, give you like kind of a big old bear hug on your way out. I know you're not leaving quite right yet, but stay in touch. We'll miss you.
I will. I imagine she kind of squeaks out because she's squishy and tiny compared to the Krogan.
She puts
Try
up a
not to
barrier for the hug.
Yeah, she's like preemptively. It's gonna take
And they-
damage.
They like push you out the door and shut it, and you didn't even collect your stuff from your room yet. And you're like,
All right, be safe. I hope it's a good trip. See you later.
I don't have to leave yet. Okay.
We can't hear you because you hear his bag start playing.
See you later. We'll miss you.
Hemlock music's just bursting out of the ship.
Oh God.
Thanks, Naga.
Oh my God.
Cool. So what I would say is, Rena, you send that message over, yeah, to let them know that you accept.
Yes.
Cool. You do that. We're talking literally a minute, 2 minutes later. You get like a notification on your Omni toolkit makes a chime or a vibration, whatever it does to pull your attention to it. And when you look down at the Omni tool, you can see a message came in that you've just recently received a promotion within Dominion, giving you like significantly more authority, access, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, you did not get increased in Dominion where you had a relatively low rank beforehand. You just got a double rank bump, which it's like even if I was actively serving them for those past 16 years, or let's say there was sympathy over those last, like to get a double promotion like that, that's like over 100 years worth of like service and work. So immediately you're getting the impression like this might be a little bit more desperate than it already sounded for me to get this double bump, because like immediately you just have authorization to so much more.
She's not gonna question it, but she is just gonna kind of keep that in the back of her brain when she goes there. Like, okay, this is really dire.
Next time your friends say,
It
good
must
luck,
be.
see you later, you're like,
Yeah,
Awesome.
thanks. A little more stressed.
Fuck.
What's
Cool.
what's the rank?
I actually don't have a ranking structure. I told you beforehand
Oh.
that Dominion itself was made by Snaga. So that whole backstory, because he was part of the world builder
What's the
on
rank,
Patreon.
Saga?
Well,
I wanna know.
you ask Snaga for the ranking structure, he will 100% spend way too many hours putting one together and then delivering it. That is Snaga. So, but yeah, anybody who's in World Builder, not only do they get to make their own solar system, they get to make a whole bunch of other stuff with it. And if they did so before the campaign started, it can be a part of your backstory with your approval. Now, anything like that, it has to get my approval to go be a part of your backstory, and then your approval to be a part of it. But
Yeah.
either way, Rena went along with what Joey wrote, which is pretty awesome. But anyways, back to the thing. Yeah, so you go to leave, and the last thing I really want to point out as we're ending the session is Graff, while you're processing this and probably having a bit of alone time, and even as you're sitting there and polishing the gun and like looking it over because you remember the significance of it, cleaning the gun and thinking it over, it actually reminds you of something. Last time you saw one of these guns was the last time that you fought in a platoon or what have you with your old friend Breezy.
Gusty.
Gusty, fuck. Gusty.
Dusty, same.
Breezy was his cousin.
Anyway, so was the last time you saw your old friend Gusty. And it makes you think to yourself, like, he might actually be interested in, hopping on for a gig. I mean, he has his own history when it comes to the collectors, and certainly, well, anyways, that's a call for you to make, and it's certainly not going to happen right now. Because right now, I want you to tell me about Distractable. How have things been going?
Good.
Yeah?
We recorded
been-
3 episodes Tuesday, whenever that was. Yesterday.
Proud of you.
I can't. What's the last episode that even came out? I hosted an episode where we kind of did an homage to Whose Line Is It Anyway, called Whose Episode Is It Anyway, I think. Bob recently did an episode. I forget what the episode was called again, but it was like an adventure. Like I think it was a Distractable Escape Room was the title. That was one of the best episodes we've ever had. I thought that was fantastic.
You want to
And,
know which one came out on Monday?
Do I know which one came out on Monday? I probably tweeted about it, but I don't remember now.
It's called Mark Hates the Moon.
Oh, that was Mondays? I thought that was before the other one. Okay, yeah.
No, it was most recent.
Mark Hates the Moon is all about some really talented photographer who posts pictures of the moon on Reddit. And Mark really hates that guy. And I think that spoilers for a future episode, but that guy actually reached out after that episode came out. It was he thinks that Mark just doesn't appreciate his work, which I agree. Mark's in the wrong. And he was like, yeah, I'll even send you like a picture, like a printed out picture of it. So I'm really hoping that Mark gets a framed picture of one of this guy's moon pictures.
I actually have a follow-up on this. He posted it in your subreddit.
He also emailed Bob, I believe. We have a couple of different messages. But shout out to the guy whose name eludes me because I suck.
Moon guy. Thank you, Moon guy.
It's a really good moon photos, and Mark hates the moon.
We gotta all follow the Moon Man now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Moon
So-
guy.
Andrew McCarthy.
Yeah. So-
His at is A James McCarthy.
A. James McCarthy on Reddit. Shout out to you. But we've had some good episodes recently, so watch Distractable. But Distractable Escape Room, it's up there for me. It's up there. It's I don't know if it's funnier than Bob's Fridge, at least to me, but it's at least in like that tier or close to that tier of episode. It's pretty good.
Cool.
That's pretty
Sounds
high.
like you guys have been rather focused on Distractable.
No. If you watch the Distractable Escape Room, you will see we in fact were not. We were not very focused.
Rena, one thing did come to my attention, so I'm not going to ask you about what you're doing on stream. And that's okay. You don't have to ask me what I'm doing for my birthday this weekend. But I did want to let you know that there was a parting gift that came to you as you went to go leave. Sort of those things where you're planning on leaving or whatever, and as you go to get on the transport that was set up for you to leave this place, Akome is actually going to meet you outside the transport area. And for super fast RP, she just walks up to you and she says, I know we both have the same general idea that our Sari is supposed to build each other up and have a positive influence in the galaxy. But presses a couple of buttons on her Omni tool. You fucking take down that cunt. And then she'll turn and walk away as she transfers over to you some really dirty information. Not dirty as in sexually. Dirty information about the matriarch that you had encountered last season.
Oh.
So
That's what I thought I was gonna get when we first met Arkome. I was like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. I'm not gonna look at that right now.
Yep. We will approach that a different session in that next one. But
Frait
Rena
hacks your Omni tool and just like he's like, this is dirty. Holds it back up.
get some Windex. Rena, you I lied. I do want to know do you have any plans to do anything while you're away? Like, are you bringing like a laptop? Are you gonna hop
I'm
onto
gonna
any
work.
like games? No, I mean like work. I mean, are you gonna do anything with like on streaming style or like? Are you gonna?
No, I can't. Not from no. Unfortunately,
Is there like games you
don't
can play
have-
with Messi on like a laptop while he's streaming or anything like that? Or
no. I mean, unless we did like Switch games, but no. No, honestly,
Alright.
I'll probably be too busy.
I mean,
but
it's gonna be hard to switch games if you're like states apart from one another. But maybe through Steam or something. I think.
the Nintendo Switch.
She's
Oh,
gonna
I
be
wish I
busy,
had a
man.
Steam
Partying
Deck,
up,
bro.
doing body shots off Chippendales and shit. She's got stuff to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Thunder from
Vegas.
Down Under.
Oh,
Hey, that was a couple years ago. Okay.
Thunder from Down Under.
And
She's
that was fun as
sophisticated
hell.
now.
he's the reason all the Chippendales have broken knees.
I am not. Hey.
I don't know if you remember, but that story doesn't pertain to Rena. She's not that
I know.
talented. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Well, I didn't agree to that part. I don't know.
God damn.
I'm just gonna stay out of that one entirely.
Messi should have too. But Rena, anything else going on the next couple of weeks?
Not for me. No. I will be quitting LI though, effective immediately. Again.
Again. That's
Oh, Pat, what are you up to? Anything exciting happening?
hopefully sleep. I have not been
yeah,
getting a
probably.
lot of sleep. I've been watching Milo so that Adler can kind of recover, but I think this weekend Wade and I have plans to play some spooky stuff, which is going to be exciting and fun.
You have a day?
Saturday,
Saturday,
You have a time?
probably 3
5 or 6 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, so probably around
Eastern, 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern.
Saturday's my birthday, and I am spending most of it with the family, so I'll be streaming on like Friday and whatnot. Maybe
Very
streaming on
cool.
Sunday, but I'm actually playing Baldur's Gate 3 finally. Downloaded it, set it up, whatever. But the reason why I bring it up is because I might have some free time. What kind of
Oh, are you
spooky
inviting
games?
yourself to our session?
Fuck yes, I'm that
Oh.
awesome.
I see. Okay.
So DM me.
Okay.
Pat,
I'd be
I'll let
busy
you
that
send the
day.
rejection letter if you want.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Aside from that,
But
though,
happy birthday or whatever. Thanks for. I honestly thought you were grown, but I'm glad you were born. I suppose.
yeah.
I mean, you still have a birth date when you come out of a tube, bro. You think Grunt doesn't have a birthday? Fuck, man.
I wouldn't call it a birthday. I'd call it like a emergence day, or a. I don't know. Hatching day.
Hatching. I mean, hatching actually makes sense for a Krogan because they're from eggs. So,
You're not
So I guess a
You're little
Krogan in a-
man.
no, I'm saying like a Krogan in a tank is less weird than a human in a tank because they're actually grown in,
Oh,
eggs.
well, happy early birthday.
Thanks.
I hope
Yeah.
that you have a good September 24th.
Third.
Birthday. Third birthday.
All good.
Some
Pat,
good thoughts.
anything else you wanted to say? Because he rudely interrupted you.
No, you're fine.
I know I
Next
am.
Friday I'm gonna be doing a big subathon for
Ooh.
funds. So it's gonna be the spiciest and strangest and slimiest subathon. So it's big SSS subathon.
Ooh.
So gifted subs increase basically every couple of subs I'll put on a t-shirt until I'm like,
I hope you have a lot of cool air.
I have lots of shirts, but they're all in different sizes, so none
Get
of them
some
large.
ice packs too, just in case you start to overheat.
Yeah. But there's that. I've got a bunch of spicy jerky and spicy pickles, and then I've got 2 buckets of slime.
Well, happy early birthday to you too.
Yeah, thank you.
Pat, I said Pat. Messi, anything? You're right. I never know your name unless I'm insulting you. Messi, what is?
I don't have any streams going on this weekend, so unfortunately I cannot invite myself to Wade and Pat's hangout session. I would if I could, but I can't, so that's cool.
You're gonna be busy breaking the knees of Chippendales.
I mean, I'll be at Disney.
Why are you going to Disney?
They have a different Chippendale.
It's.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll be at Disney.
animal
Oh my
cruelty.
god.
Animal fucking cruelty. That's fucked up, Wayne.
Let me see those rats.
I had to come back for that one.
Oh my god.
That's a
all
pretty
right.
good one.
Rangers Chippendale.
He's going to
Yeah, we
miss
plan on
Weena,
Friday.
so he's going to snuggle her. So Friday I'm doing because what I always do for my birthday is I always do triple daddies and over on the Daelric stream. So, but because we're actually using them a lot more over here, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to break up my birthday stream and I'm going to do half of it on Daelric and then I'll do half of it over here, so I can take like a little break in the middle. So I should do the same thing playing Baldur's Gate. Finally, I've been wanting to play Baldur's Gate 3 for 22 years, I think. Anyways, So
Yeah, I think putting
although-
a single game on multiple channels is a really good way to piss off both audiences. I would do it too.
exactly. So I'm gonna do I don't save the VODs anyways. So I'm gonna save them for the 90 days that they hold themselves, but I don't put them on
my
YouTube.
God.
Because you know how frequently I play? It's just gonna be literally 1 year to beat the game. That's how frequently I play. It's gonna be a whole year.
I don't know if you'll do it in that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
So-
won't do it in a year.
So no, because it's less than 200 hours, so I should be able to do it in a year.
That's
What
if
was
you
it saying?
just do like the main quest.
No, less than 200 hours is a completionist approach for one playthrough.
I have 165, but that's over like 4 playthroughs.
Yeah. So, anyways, back to the thing. What I was saying is, so it'll be triple init, triple daddies, all that fun stuff. But there's currently like a feud going on. I don't know if Roz is still here. She doesn't love us anymore, so probably not. There's a growing movement for do I make a female character and name it Wynn Rosenstein, or do I make it anything but Wynn Rosenstein? And there's like a group of people that are going to feud if I don't, and a group
Why
of people that are going
wouldn't
to
you just
feud if
make
I do.
a gnome or dwarf character and model it after yourself.
Or
Yeah.
halfling.
Rena-
yeah.
Rena, we've hung out multiple times. I am taller than everybody but Wade.
I think
So-
you should play through as realistically as possible. You
Yeah,
know,
you
I think you'll be
Oh!
more immersed that way.
Actually, funny story. Thank you for insulting me. It reminded me. So aside from the birthday thing, which I'll announce on Discord, whatever, starting next Thursday, not this Thursday, but next Thursday over on my other channel, I have a new campaign going on. It's a siblings campaign. It's all siblings that I'm playing with. And if you know anything about my family and where the short joke came from, it means for the first time ever, I will be the shortest person on the stream. I will definitively be the shortest person on the stream because my siblings are all taller than me. So
Right,
the shortest one
first
being
time
6.
ever,
It is the first time.
First
If I play
time,
with
yeah.
Josh, I'm like a foot and a half taller than Josh. If I'm with Brittany, I'm a foot taller than Brittany. I played with
So-
Mathis for years.
You're
Mathis
just
is a
gonna
little
sit
man.
in like a normal chair, like a big regular person.
I'm
big
gonna
people
sit in
chair?
this chair that I'm in right now.
This man
But-
stood on a stepping stool to kill a fucking poor little shelled creature. And now he's like, I'm so big and tall and strong.
Yeah, I remember when Scott almost fell in the sink.
We had to keep the little fucking drain thing in there so that way if he did fall in, he wouldn't go down the drain.
First of all, when I killed
That
it,
was
I
fun.
did it in boiling water, and Rena watched it lashing out for its life. It was awesome. So
Yeah, you
stepped on the
almost-
burners.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anyways, let's read somebody.
Wait, before you end.
God. Now what?
Oh yeah, before you end, we are not doing the October campaign. I don't think we ever announced that. It's on pause.
Oh, the one
Oh,
we
yeah.
announced last Wednesday?
Yeah, the one we announced last week. That one, never mind. Cool.
Guys, are you really looking forward to this thing that we announced last week? However, it's been 7 days and we've decided to rescind it.
Yeah, that one Uno skip.
We thought we would give you guys, a week to really get excited before we pulled the rug out from under you.
Yeah. Which is sad because like Doxy and Josiah were really excited about it too.
Quick, hit the raid before they can complain.
We're
We're at 69 raiders, so we have to do it.
Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
so-
Yep,
okay,
those are
well,
the rules.
so let's go 69 Blue Aether. Bye everybody.
Bye forever.